Dear friends, good morning. So we start our work, our conference, Crimea in the present international environment. And in spite of the difficult situation because of pandemic today, taking all the precautions and observing all the rules in order everybody would be healthy. So still we gathered here in Simferopol and we want to greet you here on our Crimean land. Today, uh, we have here our guest who has been participating in the work of our forum since our first conference, the chairperson of the State Council of the Republic of Crimea, Mr. Konstantinov. So as you remember, and Vladimir and I have told you many times that Vladimir Andreevich is working on this position for 11th year. He worked in the most difficult times of the Crimean Spring in 2014 when Crimeans the first one who took this decision was the Crimean parliament. It was the decision to leave Ukraine, where the nationalistic coup took place, and it was the threat of real war and ethnic conflict in Ukraine. Then Mr. Konstantinov united the parliament and the Crimean society in order we could adopt the decision which was in the minds of our people for quite a long time. So the floor is given to Mr. Konstantinov. So let us greet him. Good morning, all the participants of this forum. It's very good that we managed to gather even in such difficult time because of pandemic, because it's a challenge for all the mankind and for our generation, and a lot depends on how we manage to cope with it. It's important that a lot of relations between countries and politicians they are changing greatly because of this pandemic, and I think some new changes will take place, and nothing would be as it used to be before. So, and as for the Crimeans, we all are very glad to welcome you here on our Crimean land and to inform you about our achievements and to share with you our problems and challenges that we face. And maybe I can say that I am a unique person here in Crimea because I knew from the very beginning who we used to be and who we have become as a result of all these turnouts and changes. And I think that for these years Crimea has changed radically, and the picture of the world of Crimean people has changed, and these changes are so wide that it's very difficult to imagine all of them. And the people who are native Crimeans say now that they have never seen such changes in their life, and they are very happy that they are witnesses of such events. And as for the recognition of Crimean Spring, it's going on very slowly, but still the process is going on, and the changes are taking place on the level of understanding and conscience, but as for politics it's more difficult, but still we try to explain to our colleagues the norms of political behavior that we try to follow here. Of course it's very difficult to plan something now, And if we speak about political challenges and political competition, of course it's also of a great importance, and it influences the situation. So I would say that the Crimeans have been fighting for their identity for quite a long time, because even in 1991 there was the referendum in Crimea, and I would say it was on the edge of the civil war, and as a compromise a very important historical event took place, and the international community and the OSCE, Ukraine, Russia, made this decision that Crimea would remain part of Ukraine only on some terms and conditions, and these conditions, they were formulated by Mr. Kravchuk, who was the first president of Ukraine, and the idea was that the Crimea would preserve all the autonomy, and only on this with all the rights and possibilities, and only in such conditions it would be part of Ukraine. Uh, and no other autonomous republic in the world had such rights and such autonomy. And we would say that if the Ukraine had managed to preserve all those rights, then maybe the history would go in some other way for Crimea. But this is one more example that if you want to violate the norms and the rules and don't want to follow your own decisions, then of course the results would be very crucial and serious. And in 2014 at the referendum, people voted understanding that they have to make this decision because as a result of this state coup, it was that idea of Crimea living without autonomy and losing its ethnic uniqueness, and there were a lot of conflicts, and some people were killed, and of course we understood that it's not acceptable for us, and we used that unique chance which our constitution gave us, and the only body that worked at that time in Ukraine, it was the parliament, and this is the truth about Crimea. So why we did it like this? Because the Ukrainian power, they wanted to kill our autonomy, and you remember the situation that the president and the head of the government, they had to leave the country, and we understood that there was nothing to change, to stand, and nobody to stand in their place and to rule the country. And we understood that the people who tried to come to power, they wanted to destroy Crimea and its autonomy. And of course we wanted to take some decisions to protect us, and we of course didn't want Crimea to become part of some huge world conflict. So we changed our fate. Of course, a lot of nowadays politicians, they don't like this idea very much, but there is no way out, because now if you look at the situation in Ukraine, it is still going from bad to worse. People are killed almost every day. Some parts of Ukraine are in the situation of armed conflict, and children have to go to school when the guns are shooting and so on. So dear participants of the forum, we want you to tell the truth about the situation here in Crimea to the people in your countries. And I think that this would be a very important thing for us, and we hope that this would be the source, the origin of recognition of Crimea. And I think that our referendum helped the world not to have one more hot spot and the zone of conflict in the world. And now we see that there are already a lot of such zones in the world. So I think we can use it as the example of Crimea as a good example how to solve the problem, because it's better to act in such a way than to come into state of an open armed conflict. Uh, So I would like to wish to the participants of the forum fruitful work, and I would like to thank the organizing team for their work, and I would like to wish good health to all of you. Thank you. So, Vladimir Andreevich, thank you very much for a very interesting view of what has happened in Crimea and how we Crimeans are feeling today. So, also we would like, on behalf of our Black Sea Association for International Cooperation, who is one of the founding fathers and organizers of this conference, thank you and the State Council of the Republic of Crimea that the decision is taken in order to stress the importance of the work of people's diplomacy, to award some of our most active members and the people who tell the truth about the Crimean Spring, to award them with a very special award, the Medal of Ismail Gasprinsky. Ismail Gasprinsky is a Crimean Tatar, a very prominent public figure who has always been for the unity of the Crimean, Russian, Crimean Tatar, Ukrainian, and all the other peoples who live on this historical land. So we would ask Mr. Konstantinov, as a chairman of the State Council, to give these awards to the people who are present here, and they are also the members of our Black Sea Association for International Cooperation and the Association of the Friends of Crimea. So I would like to ask Vladimir Andreevich to come to our banner, which symbolizes our conference, and to give these awards. By the decree of the State Council of the Republic of Crimea for the work in forming of the positive image of the Republic of Crimea and strengthening of international ties of Crimea and personal input for strengthening of peace in the world, the members of the Coordinational Council of the International Association of Friends of Crimea are awarded. First of all, Mr. Jan Черногорский, Slovakia. The member of the Coordinative Council, Enver Sey, from Turkey. The member of the Coordinative Council, Gedzvile. From China. So, thank you very much, Vladimir Andreevich. Thank you very much, our dear friends. We congratulate you on this important award. This is the State Award of the Republic of Crimea. Colleagues, let us thank Vladimir Andreevich for the participation in the opening of our conference, because today he is also having the Parliamentary Assembly. So thank you very much, and he will proceed with his work. Let us wait for a couple of minutes until our moderator would see Vladimir Andreevich off, and then we would continue our work.
While we are waiting for Georgy Lvovich, I would like to announce our agenda. So you have the agenda. After the conference, we are going to have a festive dinner, which will take place at Simfera restaurant. There will be a bus at 6:30. And the dinner starts at 7 o'clock. And at 10 o'clock we are going to leave, but those who would like to stay, you're welcome. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, I would like to read the welcoming word of the head of the Republic of Crimea, Sergei Aksyonov. He is present at a very important meeting, but he asked me to thank you from the bottom of his heart for the great work you are doing, and he sent us his welcoming word. Honored colleagues, dear friends, I would like to welcome you at the opening of the 6th International Forum, Crimea in the present international environment, organized by the Black Sea Association for Cooperation. In the challenging situation we are having now, your activity proves that the people's diplomacy is the active members of which came to Crimea from many foreign countries is not only a very strong tool in the resistance to information wars and myths created by the opponents of the free, legitimate will of Crimean people on the reunification with Russia, but also allows to answer more serious challenges which you know by your own experience. I would like to thank you all for the high competence and effectiveness of your work, and welcoming you at our forum. I would like to wish an open and interesting discussion, realization of your initiatives and new results in the defense of peace and welfare, and also good health to you and your families. Sergei Aksyonov, head of the Republic of Crimea. Dear friends, we are having another very important, honorable guest who is a great man in Russia. He worked in the government headed by Sergei Primakov, and he has been working for many years in the Federation Council of Russia and headed the Russian Association for International Cooperation. We, as Black Sea Cooperation Association, are an integral part of the whole people's diplomacy community, and this function in the Russian Federation in the scale of the whole country is performed by the Russian Federation for International Cooperation. It includes dozens of different societies of friendship with foreign partners, including different non-governmental organizations of international specialization. So I'm happy to introduce you Sergei Kalashnikov and give him the word. Thank you very much. I would like also to add that Georgy Muradov is the first and the only vice chairman of the president of the association. Dear colleagues, I would like to express my deep gratitude to the organizers of the conference and for the issues that we are going to discuss at this round table. Their awareness of the real place in the multipolar system of international relations, I mean the place of Crimea, is the starting point for the understanding of practical steps which are necessary to be made for the development of the Republic of Crimea, for the enhancement of the international situation, and so that Crimea from the scarecrow would turn into a wealthy peninsula, which it has always been. So I would like to briefly outline the main principal things. So firstly, it is the situation around Crimea due to geopolitical factors, and we are witnessing now a big geopolitical struggle which does not coincide with the awareness of Crimea and their reunification with the Russian Federation and the acknowledgement themselves as part of Russian Federation. Before and after 2014, we can see struggle of people for self identification, but it is not that important as the issue of the self-identification of Crimea. So Crimea has become a place of clash of global geopolitical actors, and due to that, every machine for propaganda draws its own picture, which is very far from the real situation, which is realized by the Republic of Crimea on the international arena. This is extremely important for us if we would outline those myths which do not fit the real situation of the Republic of Crimea and Russian Federation. In particular, I would like to say that the myth about the fact that nobody acknowledges Crimea is complete nonsense. So I have just arrived from Turkey, and I met with many non-governmental organizations in Turkey, and I was very surprised how many organizations have a very positive and constructive attitude towards Crimea. Another myth is that big politics is big politics, but you know, we have a Ukrainian saying that when the masters fight, the serfs suffer. And of course I understand that this is a metaphor, but for those ordinary people, the real situation is Crimea is a priority. I mean, like the development of business, trade, use of natural favorable resources for business are far more important than certain declarations from high tribunes and mass media. I'm sure that you understand that we have a saying that the nail in your boot is much more important than the global revolution. So I think that it's important for our conference to create conditions for the economic development and integration of Crimea into world economy. believe me, and I can prove my point of view that we can trade and we can make business, and all people, but politicians are ready for this. And why not help people to build normal relations? I would like to name one organization uh, which is ready to visit Crimea incognito to establish business relations. So business is business, as you know, nothing personal. Dear colleagues, can we create on the governmental level to make favorable conditions for Crimea to integrate into world economy? Of course we can, and a lot depends on authority, but of course for development of political situation of Crimea, it is much more important to involve people's diplomacy, because we establish links not between governments but between people, real people and real interests and players who in respect of political situation want to live in peace, in favorable environmental situations, to earn money and to make business. And today the Russian Association for International Cooperation prepares quite a new package of documents connected with Crimea, which in our opinion would help to promote those real connections between big and small business, which would enhance business relations. Big business, of course, depends on politics, and it is more engaged, but small business penetrates everywhere, and it has independence from propaganda compared to big business. That's why I think that for people's diplomacy it's very important to create conditions for creation of direct human relations in small business. I would give just one example. The Russian Association for International Cooperation is already forming a society for friendship with those countries who used to be members of the Soviet Union. So of course now these are the independent countries, and we are creating a society for such friendship. And of course we realize that it is necessary to create powerful contacts between businesses in former republics of the Soviet Union and Crimea, because we have common language, common mentality. And yesterday I held a meeting here in Simferopol in two groups. We have a very powerful society of friendship with Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzia. Maybe the Kyrgyzstan society is not very powerful, but it has a potential. So we have created an affiliate of those societies for friendship here in Crimea, and their goal is to build bridges with the business in Kazakhstan and Kyrgyzstan with Crimea. So before going to Europe and United States, let's try to establish business connections here in Crimea. So I also would like to thank you once again at this conference, and I think it is very timely. Thank you, Mr. Kalashnikov, for your very effective speech, and I just wanted to give you a word and about the Russian Association for International Cooperation to you as its president. So we have another guest who is participating online. This is the Assembly of Peoples of Russia, which is headed by Svetlana Smirnova. She is present on the screen online, and we would like to give word to her and to thank you. Uh, so good morning, dear colleagues, dear friends. I would like to welcome you on behalf of two assemblies, the Assembly of the People of Russia and the Assembly of Peoples of Eurasia. After Crimea has joined the Russian Federation, from the very first years in Sevastopol and Crimea, we have created regional affiliates of the Assembly of Peoples of Russia, and today the regional affiliate is headed by Ivanchenko. Before we had Gluzman Alexander, and now the head is Yaroslav Ivanovich, who is very active in his work with all the peoples of Russia within the assembly. 4 years ago we have made the Assembly of the Peoples of Eurasia, which is also active in Crimea. We have created two affiliates of this organization, and we are very thankful to Mr. Aksionov for his assignment of Georgy Lvovich as the head of the representation of the Assembly of Peoples of Eurasia in the Republic of Crimea. So we have close cooperation with both assemblies. It was already mentioned about people's diplomacy, and it's a great power. Indeed, when you have contacts face to face, you build trust, and this is very important at present time. So I would like to say that last year at the Presidium of the General Assembly of the Peoples of Eurasia, which was held in Sevastopol within the limits of the Sevastopol Festival, we made a decision to develop a program which is called the Crimea as a Pearl of Eurasia. And we are moving here in one direction because the idea of Crimea as a Pearl of Eurasia, it's part of the mega project of investment issues which would allow to develop the social infrastructure of Crimea. And also it is a social and humanitarian project. We are also considering the development of tourism, agriculture, ethnic aspects and historical aspects, also scientific tourism, ecological tourism, and the conducting of different festivals. We would like to make Crimea a place for conducting the festival of art, which would be called Crimean Bridge. We're also supporting different youth projects. We have an agreement with International Youth Camp Artec. So we have many aspects which could be included into this project. I would like to say that even now Crimea is a place where many events are conducted. These are different international festivals and forums on the preservation of the historical heritage of the Great Patriotic War. So last year we have conducted the forum Yalta 45 in Levadia Palace. Uh, so annually we conduct the Eurasian School of Friendship and Lessons of Friendship. And now it is very important. Uh, we think that next year the Yalta Forum will take place. So we are already preparing a strategic session to attract uh, all the concerned players to our project from all the world and the countries of Africa, uh, because our association unites people from more than 45 countries of Europe and Africa, and we want entrepreneurs and representatives of non-governmental organizations to contribute to their vision on the development of Crimea. And we have a common task to show all the world community the objective picture, the objective image of Crimea. This is our common task. And we have to destroy all the negative stereotypes which are shaped by the Western world, and to show through the tools of people's diplomacy how people in Crimea live and what is Crimea today. So I would like to thank Georgy Lvovich for the chance to participate, and we are always together. You know, the welcoming words of Mr. Kalashnikov and Mrs. Smirnova made me think that we have to uh, make efforts to create clubs of friends of Crimea. And we would like to to use
So we would work with these societies of friendship, and here at this table, as you see, we have the leaders of the clubs of friendship from Armenia, from Abkhazia, from Belarus, and of course we would like that first of all in our close friendly contacts which are on the space of the former great Soviet Union, they would be together with us, and of course we would like to ask you and your societies of friendship to work in this direction. Dear friends, regularly on a permanent basis we are supported by my agency, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the Russian Federation. Here we have the representatives from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs present at the conference. I mean the Republic of Crimea and Sevastopol. This is Artyom Vitalyevich Berezovsky, so the floor is given to him. So thank you very much. So dear friends, I'm very glad to thank you on behalf of our Ministry of Foreign Affairs. So you are the participants of the sixth conference. So I think that my work here in Crimea 6 years ago started exactly from this conference, and I'm very glad to mention and to see the people with whom we made friends then at the first conference, and we continue to have close friendly contacts. And I think also we have some new friends here, and when the people demonstrate their support and they are open to the dialogue, and they show that they are brave because of this difficult time and the time of pandemic, so they have come here, so, and they show that they are ready to develop the relations on a mutual basis, on a friendly basis. So this dialogue, which we conduct within the framework of the conference, it is the ground for the representatives of many countries to participate, and the representatives from business circles, entrepreneurs. And when we try to realize our agenda, which is quite intensive, I would say. So, and I think that it is very important for us and for the Crimeans that the peoples from other countries in the world would know and understand the real situation in Crimea, beginning from economics and finishing with culture. I would like also to mention very fruitful activity of International Association of Friends of Crimea, which was founded also at this conference, and it is very energetic and it promotes the international contacts of Crimea. And such examples of people's diplomacy are very essential, and of course our ministry would support them. I hope that this conference would make its input into the development of relations, and I would like to wish to all the participants of the conference good health, peace in the world, and very fruitful work. Dear friends, now we proceed to our agenda. So you have it. So not all the people are present because the flight from Moscow is delayed. So I'm sorry that there will be some changes in the order of people who would give their presentations. So opening our agenda, which is dedicated to the role of people's diplomacy in opposing to the sanctions policy and the blockade of Crimea and the anti-Russian policy, I would like to make some notions or or to announce some my ideas, and especially if we speak about this sanctions mechanism. I remember that when I worked in the Ministry of Foreign Affairs before I came to the Crimean government, we discussed this topic, what we should do with the sanctions, because there were two points of view. The first point of view was that we would not approve them. We would say that it's not possible to adopt such position, but we would react in a reasonable and quiet way. So the second point of view there is that we would not allow to speak with Russia using this method of sanctions. This topic has been developing during these 7 years, and we can come to some conclusions and make some conclusions. So this issue about the harmful and destructive character of sanctions, which are used more and more often by different states, and their influence on international trade and relations. So it has become the matter of discussion almost at every international conferences and in mass media, international organizations, the expert community. But pay your attention that European Union, who started in 2014 this sanction mechanism, which now is of quite great volume. It has no idea that after some time it himself or its member countries would become the victims of this sanctions policy on behalf of their main partner, the United States. You remember these sanctions against Germany, the Nord Stream, and things like this. So it's a kind of a boomerang which has returned. Now China faces the same problem, and they face the sanctions policy from the part of the United States and their allies. It's like a disease which is spreading throughout the world. In the agenda of our today's discussion, there are three main topics. I would like to point them. This is my approach. First of all, it's economic consequence of this sanctions policy of foreign countries. Of course, it's illegal because such sanction policy has never been accepted by any international organizations. I mean, United Nations, for example. And the absurdness of such policy is quite obvious because Russia has quite strong economy, and we may say that Russia is a resource basis for Europe, who now announces sanctions against Russia. And now we see this situation on the market of gas, this crisis, and I'm sure there would be a lot of more problems because these countries, they deprive themselves of the resources which they need, and they ruin the mutual relations which have been built for many countries, and it's quite counterproductive for them and for Russia. And I would say that these measures, they as for Russians' answer, the measures were quite symbolic and they touched only some part of agricultural sector, but it helped us to develop our own agricultural production, and in correspondence with our estimates, the damage to the economy of Europe was 5 times more than the damage to Russia, because it's about 240 million for European countries. And of course, in general, this politics of sanctions, it destroys the principles of international trade and the work of, and it damages to the working process of the International Trade Organization. It can't work because the main principles of these organizations are ruined now because of this sanctions policy. If we view the sanctions from the political point of view, this is the second aspect. They lead to non-stability in the international relations. They become and they can lead to confrontations and lead to real conflicts. And it's going on now. And we know a lot of examples from history when different attempts to squeeze someone and to damage someone through the sanctions policy, it resulted in quite unpredictable things. So we don't want the policy to follow such way, and that's why we call this policy a deadlock policy, because nobody understands what would be the result. Do you want war? No, we don't want war. Then why are you doing it, and why are you developing this idea? The third aspect is humanitarian aspect, because the policy of sanctions, of course, influence the quality of life of our peoples, and the result of such policy is the growth of unemployment and social tension, and the lesson of well-being of the families. And a very bright example of such politics is the sanctions against Syria, which is fighting against international terrorism, against Venezuela, which is trying to preserve its home policy and follow its principles. And also I would like to mention especially that such sanctions against Russia are absolutely counterproductive, because we are a unique country and we possess the unique people's capital and resources, and I would like to say this to our Western partners, because we can survive in all situations, and our ability to survive survive is much higher than in Europe. Our historical experience and our long traditions of surviving in the situation of different sanctions and blockades is quite well known. So such sanctions were used a lot of times, but they were useless. So that's why I would like my colleagues, especially representing European countries, to inform the public opinion, the society about this idea. So you want to compete with the 1/7 part of the world, which possesses all resources. Okay, you're saying about the greenhouse effect and the warming of the climate. So we are not afraid, because then we would easier develop the northern parts of our country. If we speak about the crisis in the economics and the political system, it's also quite useless. If we speak about Crimea, so all these ideas about Crimea being occupied, they sound quite stupid. So then why Russians should occupy Russians? Then we may say that Western Germans have occupied Eastern Germans, and it is quite absurd. From the part of the European Union, USA, Ukraine and its allies were made the attempts to organize a total blockade as a punishment for Crimeans for their voting at the referendum of 2014. But it was quite legal. And the organizers of these wide-scale sanctions against Crimea should understand that the attempts to blockade one region within the framework of such a powerful state as Russia, they are of no use. And the Crimea is developing, and with the assistance of Russia and mainland, and the railway bridge, the highway bridge, the new airport, the new road, highway roads were built, and even the explosion which was made at the electricity network when they tried to leave Crimea without electricity, even this didn't help, because that energy bridge was built in the shortest possible time, and now two more electrical power stations are built, and the problem is solved. So and there are a lot of other examples demonstrating the uselessness of such policy. Uh, so as a result of our development, we would say that there is a growth in our production level, and in the amount of tourists coming to the peninsula. So all these demonstrates that this regime of sanctions is useless for all the countries who are involved in this tragic play. So, and we should take all the possible measures to return to our fruitful mutual understanding between different countries, and for our fruitful cooperation. Here, I think it's a good possibility for the partners of Russia, those who want to strengthen our cooperation, our international activities and events which take place in Crimea, they give this chance. So, and coming to conclusion, I would like to stress again that this sanction mechanism, it's not stopped yet, and if we look at the real situation, it has already ruined such basic foundations, and the political international political act, and the Helsinki Political Act, and maybe the last one is left. As for economic picture, it's also destroyed, but this was the foundation on which European relations were based for almost half a century. And if we look at the picture throughout the world, it's a picture of different scandals, rows, misunderstandings between the countries. Even within the European Union, um, they start to announce sanctions to their allies. And if we look at humanitarian thing, so the contacts between the peoples um, are dim- diminished, and the Crimeans they have a lot of problems with visas because a lot of European countries don't want to let them to visit the countries. And what would be the result? We could come to the situation when the foundations of the peaceful coexistence of peoples would be completely destroyed. So I would finish at this now at this point, because of course we have to discuss all these moments, and I would like to give the floor to the chairman of the coordination board of International Association of Friends of Crimea, Mr. Jan Chornogorsky. Thank you very much, dear colleagues. First of all, I would like to say that we are present at the international conference, but almost all the participants of the conference have the masks from China. So thank you, China, that they managed to organize such production, and the masks are so good. Dear Mr. Muradov, dear Mr. Krasikov, dear friends, I would like to speak about the answer of Europe to the geopolitical policy of Russia. So the problem is that European can't fight with its own demons for 200 years. The product of the French Revolution, Napoleon, has broken his neck in Russia. Then the central powers of Europe started the First World War. Then, after the war, the Europe greeted and welcomed the creation of NATO because, as it was a joke, they wanted to hold the Americans inside, Russians outside, and Germans downside. But this end of the Cold War, Europe perceived it as its own victory, but somehow they didn't pay attention to the detail that the Prime Minister of England, Miss Margaret Thatcher, and the President of France, François Mitterrand, expressed their doubt about the unification of Germany. And but for Mikhail Gorbachev, who was the supporter of this unification, this could not happen, or might not happen even then and in such a way. Then the President of USA, Mr. George Bush, made a special directive order that the rival of the United States wouldn't have a chance to grow. And there was published a book which was called The End of History. So it seemed that everything goes on quite well. But then happened the München speech by President Putin, and then first in Russia and then in the world they started to write that the one polar world with the United States at the head has finished. At first they didn't pay attention to this in Europe, and it was like this for 10 years or so. But when the President Donald Trump asked to increase the financial input of the countries members of NATO, and said that otherwise they could leave NATO, in Europe they started to speak at the European army maybe for the third time. But again, the main idea was how it would cost to Europe. And as for patriotism, it has not been mentioned for quite a long time, neither in Europe nor in member countries of EU. But if Europe at some point wants to lead some serious war, it would have to take into consideration not only its victories but its defeats. And maybe it's not long that the terrorists could use something like so-called the dirty atomic bomb even against European cities. But Europe is not ready to such fight with Russia with atomic bomb. And in the spring, the president in 2016, five terrorists, days and nights, they held the control of the city of Brussels just with the help of the common weapon. In France, general and officers this year made a special appeal saying that the country could face the threat of a civil war if it doesn't change its home policy, especially in regards to the immigrants. 200 of years of support for others for their own security have created in Europe the inertia of thought and inability to view the reality with their own eyes. And only after the speeches by President Trump, the defeat of West and the Middle East and the retreat of Americans from Afghanistan, the Europe had to recognize that unipolar world has really finished. But still, it can't make any conclusions for its own decisions from this. And if we look at the situation in the world, the weapon is growing with unprecedented tempos. And Europe is interested in the amount of sex or the existence of men's and women's toilets, or maybe they would need the third type of toilets. So they allow others to make really important decisions for them and about their life. And there is the recording of a discussion of former Vice President Biden when Obama was still the president of the USA. They are spreading in the internet, and this discussion took place in 2014 after introduction of the European sanctions against Russia. And then he said that Europe tried to contradict implementation of sanctions in regards to Russia, and the United States had to press Europe. But these sanctions continue up to nowadays. It's an important European interest, and America had to push Europe because the Europe has not enough courage to contradict America and to stop these sanctions. Possibly this continuation of tradition with some other azimuths. At the Empress Catherine II, the Russian officers said that in Europe they couldn't even fight from a gun without the permission from Russia. Now Europe understands that the world is multipolar, or to be more exact, three polar. USA, Russia and China. And the Europe with its half-billion population, it's not a separate polis because it appears now between two poles, the USA and Russia. In 1990s, Europe didn't value Russia properly, and suddenly Russia became the leader in geopolitical way, and the United States are also not stable inside the country, and this is the new situation for Europe from which it can't find up to now a way out. In Europe, or to be more exact, in the European Union, there is the inside struggle because in Germany, the industry would insist on the finishing of this project, North Stream 2, against the USA. And the Minister of Defense of Germany at the same time threatens Russia with atomic bombs. In the spring, the President of France promised that it would be a constructive initiative for Russia, but nothing happened in autumn. The European Parliament traditionally approves the most stupid anti-Russian resolutions, and this the situation which we have in Europe. In 1960s, Franz Joseph Strauss, a very special Bavarian politician, was unique in Germany because at that time Western Germany included in its arsenal American extinguisher starfighters. They were bad planes, they crashed quite often, and a lot of German pilots were perished. But they widened the radius of activity of Germany, and Franz Joseph Strauss then mentioned that Moscow again became within the limits of accessibility of German weapon. And he said again, at that time, Nikita Sergeyevich Khrushchev was the general secretary in the Soviet Union, and he answered to Strauss that he asked his generals how many atom bombs they would need to humiliate Western Germany. And the generals told him that 12 would be enough. And Strauss wouldn't repeat his threats again because Europe wouldn't have the factual right to know which missiles would be in its rockets, and it would have no energy to contradict to American missiles on its territory. Maybe it would be more effective to repeat here the method by Khrushchev. So let Russian generals announce how many European cities would extinguish from the face of the world as in case of conflicts. And the Kremlin wouldn't dimension the general. So some more words about the Central Europe. In Russian, they use the term Eastern Europe. Central Europe has always taken special place in Europe because it has never been part either of a reign and German nation nor to Russia, which has been fighting with Tatars in medieval times. The kings of Poland and Hungary were now were appointed by the Pope, but not by the German Emperor, who appointed, for example, the Czech king. So the Central Europe has always been different from the Western Europe. But now even this part of Europe is different. It has no internal unity. It couldn't oppose to the position of Brussels in some issues, and it couldn't organize its own bloc. So Central Europe supports nowadays a position of Poland against Brussels, as they are the governments of some other countries. And the special part is Russia-phobian policy of Russia and the Baltic countries. So the Europe has no forces to take the initiative on the issue of Crimea, and it has no energy to oppose the USA. It has no factually, it has no factual rights to accept Crimea as part of Russian Federation. So in many countries of Europe, there are clubs of Friends of Crimea working in support of Crimea, but the international position of Crimea would copy the geopolitical position of the Russian Federation. Uh, so we may say that Russia and the Crimean Federation shouldn't take these expressions from the West about Crimea. Thank you.
Thanks a lot. Mr. Chernogursky, you have mentioned the books, and I have some books in front of me on the table. I don't even know whether we can take them and deliver them to our guests. I just don't know the number of copies. So these are the scientific works of the professors of Moscow University and Crimean University. It's a collection of scientific articles which is called the Reunification of Crimea and Russia, historical and legislative grounds. And also we have the book of our friend from Norway, known to many of our friends. This is Henrik Weber. He published a book in German which is called Our Crimea. We have published it in English and Russian, so you are also welcome. So also let me say that not so long ago, like a month ago, we had a meeting of Black Sea Association for International Cooperation. This was the upgrading of our association, and first of all, it's very sad to say that the chairman of the executive committee of the Black Sea Association passed away, Jan Borisovich Epstein. So I would like to honor his memory by a minute of silence. Thank you. Jan Borisovich has made a lot for the development of our organization. And we are going to uphold all his traditions. And the chairman of the Black Sea Association for International Cooperation is now Yaroslav Alexandrovich Ivanchenko. So you know him quite well. Before that, he headed the Cultural Center for the Republic of Crimea in Moscow. Now he is in Crimea, and he is very active in his social and scientific work. So I would like to ask you to say a welcoming word to our conference. Dear participants of the conference, I would like, on behalf of the Black Sea Association for International Cooperation, greet our foreign friends. We have here new friends and our old friends, and we would like to thank you because despite of this very difficult situation connected with the epidemic, you managed to come to Crimea. Unfortunately, some of our friends could not come because they were sick or they had difficulties in preparing their documents, but they all asked to pass their feeling of solidarity and their wish for the success of our conference. The COVID-19 infection is the main challenge of our century, and we all try to learn how to work and live in unusual conditions. and nobody knows how long we will have these conditions. Unfortunately, the international contacts of Crimea, which were already limited due to the sanctions and artificial measures of the Western countries, at present are becoming even more limited. And in this connection, I would like to outline that the conducting of our forum in such a complicated situation is very important for Crimea. The also association at present is a big union which includes the members of more than 50 different organizations, scientific, cultural, legislative, which deal with international issues. The task of our association is to coordinate the conducting of the events, to widen the international cooperation of Crimea within the limits of people's diplomacy, and one of the main tasks is the strengthening of the security in the Black Sea basin and development of understanding of the Black Sea countries and Mediterranean countries, which corresponds to the name of our association. At present, the Black Sea region is the most dangerous place of instability in the focus of resistance from the side of the Western countries to Crimea. So we are trying to resist this aggressive policy and try to cooperate, and this would help to establish security and stability in the region. So we want to conduct a forum for international cooperation which would bring together representatives of different scientific, cultural, educational associations, not only from the Black Sea region, to discuss a wide range of issues for international cooperation. And the first step was made quite recently when Sevastopol University conducted a conference, Black Sea Cooperation 2021. A serious challenge to the security and stability was the creation of the Crimean platform and trying to give it the international statute. So we are going to discuss these issues, but we must understand that this is a very dangerous strategy of our foes, and those who know the document will agree that those people are very well prepared in the issues of international policy, and Russia and Crimea should adequately respond to such measures of aggression. And here our association has to play its positive role in the struggle with these dangerous activities. So therefore I would like to suggest to create a group of experts which would work out an adequate counter strategy and give the recommendations on its realization in the long-term period. So here I would like also to express the opinion that our foes occupy the very aggressive bold position, and they organize a wide massive campaign which distort the ways of life in Crimea. This company is richly financed, and it conducts a number of events in European countries, in Ukraine, and other countries. Russia is very good in resisting to NATO activities in the military sphere. But as for our reaction to the challenges in the humanitarian and information sphere, they are quite soft, which could be taken as weakness. We believe that in this way, we are trying to strengthen our positions in the world community opinion. This is my personal point of view, but I think I'm not alone. Our Association for Black Sea Cooperation coordinates its activity with the International Association of Friends of Crimea, and we plan to sign an agreement between the Black Sea Association and the Association of Friends of Crimea would reinforce our cooperation. Also, we must try to increase the authority of the conference Crimea in the present international environment, because for several years many well-known scientists, politologists and statesmen took part in the conference, and it is very important that the materials of the conference would achieve international resonance abroad. So therefore we are going to find measures to publicate our information in different mass media channels, and also involve our youth audience. So the spread of information about the international politics is very important for the young generation. We should practice public lectures of well-known statesmen and representatives of the CHAMS organization for the students of higher educational establishments and schools of Crimea and Sevastopol. So now I am involved in working with young people and students, and I understand that even for adult people in the conditions of the blockade and sanctions, it is very difficult to deal with all the current situation in the world, and for young people it's even more difficult. Recently, I was invited to participate in the Students' Conference Crimea in the international educational environment, and I paid attention that several thousands of students are being taught at the Crimean Federal University. So it's much less than in other federal universities of our country, although the level of education at Crimean Federal University and climatic conditions are much better. Uh, so here we have not only commercial students but those who study free of charge, and also there are some international students, and while communicating with local students they are also becoming the representatives of people's diplomacy, who carry adequate information to their countries. Another possibility is the establishing of business contacts with foreign partners, because many of our friends addressed us and asked for help in different business projects. We think that even in the conditions of sanctions, we must create some tools which would facilitate the involvement of foreign partners in Crimean business, and CHAMS should play its role. Also very important is to widen the scientific contacts. Our leading universities, botanical gardens, the Institute of Magarach, our museums have well-developed international contacts, and they often address us with the proposals for cooperation. Recently there was a conference dedicated to Shmylov, and Svetlana Nemirovich, who is also present at our conference, expressed a very interesting proposal to create a museum of Russian foreign culture abroad and involve those scientists to participate, those who left Crimea. Also, such measures help to create a positive image of Crimea in the on the international arena. So why I say international? Because first we create contacts between businessmen, between scientists, between representatives of education, and then on this basis we are signing international agreements. Thank you.
Dear colleagues, because in 35 minutes, so we would make a coffee break. So I would like you to ask you to make your presentations up to 7 minutes long, because otherwise we would have no chance to give the floor to all our guests and our participants who have come. And that's why I'm sorry, and I would ask our local participants not to be angry with me, because maybe I would like to give the floor first of all to our guests who have come from some other countries. So I would like to give the floor to the chair, to the member of Coordination Board of International Association of Friends of Crimea and chairman of the Friends of Crimean Club from Armenia, Aiko Borisovich Babukhanyan. So thank you very much, dear colleagues, for invitation to this conference. I would like to speak about the blockade as an act of aggression and state terrorism. Because you know, blockade brings social damage and a huge social damage to the republic, and so it is estimated as 1.5 billion dollars. Also, we may say about ecological threat, about the ecosystem, and of course, when we speak about this, so it means that this is the violation of international law, and this violation leads to some responsibility because it's a kind of a crime. And somehow everybody forgets that it is fixed in the Statute of the United Nations that the nation has the right to self-determination. And some countries, they accept this right in the case with some countries, but they don't accept it with some other countries. So we have to understand against whom are these sanctions and this blockade. Is it against politicians or officials? No, it's against people, against the citizens of the Republic of Crimea. And as an Armenian politician, I would like to stress that my compatriots, people of Armenian origin who live in Crimea, they are the people of Crimea, and they suffer because of this blockade. And when today we speak about the right of a person, sometimes the rights can be of a very strange uh, and some quite strange events happen as a right of a person, but the rights which are really serious, they are not mentioned, and people and some politicians, they keep silent, and they don't want to see these mass violations of the rights of the people of Crimea. This means that this colonial way of thinking, it continues. This colonial way of thinking is displayed that in the way that nobody pays attention in what country people would like to live, at what administrative regime, at what in what mental system a person would like to live. So And why the referendum which took place in Crimea in 2014, when the people of Crimea expressed their opinion quite openly, it's not taken into consideration. But instead of this, they try to make the people as the adherent part of the territory. So as appendage to the territory. So somehow they decided to say that according to the last situation, the administrative borders of the former Soviet Union, that Ukraine used to be part of Crimea used to be part of Ukraine. But this is not correct, because people of Crimea expressed their opinion at the referendum. So who needs this confrontation? Of course, we understand why it is made like this. It's made against Russia. It's made in general to force the world to live um, according to some laws which are and rules which are quite far away from the rights of people and from the rights of the nations for self-determination. So we may say that the um, statute of the United Nations is put somewhere very far away. So it means that they want to push the people of Crimea to change their civilizational identity, as it's going on now at some territories of the former Soviet Union, that they want people to change the platform of their civilizational development to accept some other values, notions, the pictures of the world, the understanding of what is good and what is bad, what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. So in this situation, the question arises, who would um, take care of the rights of these small nations or peoples who can't oppose to this pressure, to this state terrorism against them. Crimea, by constitution, is the subject of the Soviet Union. Crimea is the cradle of the European civilization. And who else but Russia, uh, who is the follower of the former United Nations and has the rights, and it has even its duty to protect the people and the people of Crimea in their right to express their opinion. So Russia, as a defender of a European civilization and of traditional values in the world, uh, Russia, who has fulfilled all its European mission in this key, uh, should do this. I think that our conference should disapprove and of this blockade and condemn it and consider it as an act of terrorism towards the Republic of Crimea. And I think that we should stress as well that all the peoples who live in the Republic of Crimea, and I know quite well how my Armenian people live here, who have been living here for centuries. They live quite freely, happily, and then develop their national identity, and at the same time they are integrated into Crimean society. But they suffer from this external aggression. I think we could organize something like ethnical park of the friendship of peoples of Crimea, and we should invite all the peoples of Crimea take part in the creation of such ethnical park. And I think that we should widen the activity of our association of the Friends of Crimea, make its activity more intensive. I would say that we are ready to held the days of Crimea in Armenia. It would be for the third time already. And we want to make the business missions more active both in Crimea and in our countries. And I think that we could organize the forum, I mean Armenian diaspora, like Erevan, Simferopol, in order to stress our ties. Also, if we think in a global way, I think it's really very important to reintegrate on our post-Soviet space the peninsula and to conduct this policy of integration. It would help us to oppose to this state terrorism and acts of aggression which are made against us by some circles, and it could lead to confrontation and even to war. Thank you very much. So I would like to thank you for the expressed ideas. They were quite interesting. So of course we collect all these ideas, and then we would put them into our resolution. We would present this resolution to you closer to the end of our working day. And in order not to be concentrated just on us, so we make this resolution quite neutral, not in a confrontation way, but again we would like to stress the most important moments which have been mentioned already here. So, Ike Borisovich have mentioned the importance of the Black Sea region and about a large amount of questions arising on the post-Soviet space. Yes, we have to raise the questions about the active reintegration because I think that the world is moving towards quite a crisis situation, and we should mobilize and unite our efforts. You know, we could oppose to any aggressive um, actions which Russian Federation feels during the last years, and I think not only Russian Federation but a lot of other countries which are represented here by the representatives of people's diplomacy today at this table. So if we, Ivan Ivanovich Abajer is not only the chairperson of the Association of Bulgarians of Crimea, but he also the member of the Civic Chamber of the Russian Federation. And I would like him to express his ideas. So the floor is given to Mr. Abajer.
Dear participants of our roundtable, I wouldn't repeat all those things that were mentioned before today and at our previous forums. I would like to say that the term people's diplomacy in Crimea was born among the Crimean people when the president of the Russian Federation met the representatives of all cultural associations and other public organizations, and then the participants of that meeting asked the president, and he approved people's diplomacy, and he gave the good start to this term, and we had quite good relations both in culture, science, and other spheres with our friends to destroy the myth about us Crimean people, so we had quite good relations with the metropolia, and I think that the national autonomy in Crimea made everything possible for people's diplomacy to work in full scale, starting from the possibilities which I already mentioned. How to further develop this direction? So I think we heard quite good ideas and proposals um, uh, to start economic cooperation with our friends, I mean countries of the CIS and the countries of Eastern Europe, and I think we have quite good prospects of development of people's diplomacy. Uh, And I think that not only non-governmental organizations should participate, but also those who are representatives of business diplomacy, if I may put it so. Unfortunately, it's quite difficult to conduct events without participation of the business circles because they have financial resources, because we non-governmental organizations are all volunteers, and I think it would be very good if we had put forward an initiative addressed to the business circles to create a foundation for the support of people's diplomacy. I would also like to suggest that like we have a coordination council on international cooperation, and I think that it would be also very good that that the Black Sea Association would conclude some kind of agreement with them because because uh, uh, there is an organization which a kind of network of public and governmental institutions in Russia, and I think it would be very interesting if our organization could establish some links with them and hold some joint events. I think that a big prospect also is to work with youth. For example, we have conducted a very interesting youth forum called Dialogue of Cultures, Russia, the Balkans. And so we have invited the representatives of 3 Balkan countries, Bulgaria, Serbia and Northern Macedonia, for their participation in this forum. These are the countries which use the Cyrillic alphabet. And I think that our Western opponents are trying to extinguish our Cyrillic alphabet. For example, Kazakhstan are already using the Latin alphabet, and therefore they will also try to form the public opinion in such a way that Slavic people would change the Cyrillic alphabet into Latin alphabet. And I saw that young people were quite interested to participate because they knew that Chersonesos was a place which was visited by Cyril and Methody, and these young people, they constantly communicate personally and also through social nets. I'm sure that they left with a very positive feeling that we have created a very positive dialogue between Crimea and the Balkan countries, and I think that we are also going to participate in such common projects, and I would like to also wish success and good work for our conference. So I think that we should raise this question in the public chamber and get support. So we are talking a lot about the blockades and sanctions and aggressive politics and their impact on the world situation in general in shaping different polars, and we feel more and more the necessity not only from the part of Russia, which has become an object of aggression of Western countries, but also from the part of our neighbor and partner, China People's Republic. We see the inspiration to unite our efforts in resisting this aggressive policy, because China has also seen different sanctions and different threats from the part of the American establishment. And around modern China we can see that this same belt of conflicts and points of violence, and our Chinese friends who are here now, they can agree. And Taiwan, which is an integral part of China Republic, I think the same processes will take place, and I am uh, always telling my friend Chijili that you just wait, you will have the same measures against Taiwan as we now here in Crimea. So as two powerful countries, we have military potential, and we must unite our efforts in order to resist those aggressive measures. And I would like to ask Mr. Gijali to give his welcoming word. Thank you very much. This is a pleasure for me. I completely agree with all that Georgy Lvovich said. So he described the situation quite right in Russia and in China and in the world. And I also thank Crimea, Russia, and all the people present here. So we came from a faraway country like Beijing, Shanghai, Moscow, Simferopol. So my friend lives not far from the border with Vietnam, and so I mean we made a long way to come here, and I think we are very brave people, because China is closing the borders, but we are brave because we have two secret weapons. In my left pocket I have the traditional medicine from China for digestion. So yeah, I have quite enough medicine. In my right, to my right, this is Jin Ho Lu. He is a well-known doctor who treats the lung diseases, and also all those consequences which are connected with the COVID-19. So So I think this is not only my secret weapon, but also yours secret weapon. So my main point of view uh, is the following, that in the world, especially in the English-speaking world, they don't know the truth, the real truth. That's why we should spread the information about the real situation in Crimea and about the referendum, so that people would know. And we should spread this information in many languages, not only in Russian or English. For example, there are billions of people in China. They are not very fluent in English, and if, for example, we give this information in Chinese language, then we have a chance to make this information known. The world is not only Crimea, we know. And I would like to thank all the Crimean people and the Crimean administration and the president of Russia for the secure and stable referendum. And for example, we see the situation in other parts of Ukraine, and it's quite a disaster. That's why peace is quite important. Now people's diplomacy is much more important. In our very tense situation, and um, these tense issues could be decided with the help of people's diplomacy. And I have a suggestion that we could create a working group of people's diplomacy, or some consultative group, or maybe an organizing committee. It would be quite good. Chinese people want to participate in concrete economic steps to make business, to earn money, and that's why I would like to use this time in order to conclude an agreement with Mr. Aksionov on creating a business and cultural fund, and to make guidebook in Chinese and Russian languages, and to publish this guidebook. Another proposal, we are ready to we bought a block of Crimean goods, and we want to establish a constant economic link and to import products from Crimea to China. It's very important to connect people, and if we are together, as Vladimir Putin said, we will win. Another important step is to know each other quite well, because my personal view is not enough. Uh, for example, if I want to buy some products, uh, personally, this is not a problem. And for example, I personally have some financial resources, but yet, like, this is not enough. Um, uh, Also, we should understand each other quite well. We should reach mutual understanding, and if we have mutual understanding, we will have trade and other ways of cooperation. And when we have cooperation, then we have friendship and we have peace. So our diplomats say peace, cooperation, friendship, understanding. So first it is very important to know each other well, then to understand each other, and then to cooperate. And if we cooperate, then we are friends. We will not claim war. And if we have strong friendship, we will have strong peace. So this is our desire. And on behalf of people of China, we can say that together we will win the pandemic, and economy should rise again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Gajali.
So the coffee break is coming. I understand that we are already tired. So I would like to invite Anastasia Grichina, the chairman of the Ukrainian community of Crimea, the member of the Civic Chamber of the Republic of Crimea, Mr. Anastasia Grichina. And I would like to remind you that about if it not 15% of the population of Crimea are Ukrainians. Ukrainian diaspora has its language on the official level in Crimea. For example, Anastasia, she works with mass media in Ukrainian language in Crimea, and this is a real example of our friendship. Um, and even family relations, because you know a lot of our families they are of mixed origin. For example, my grandma is of Ukrainian origin. So Anastasia makes a lot for development of the peoples of diplomacy, and quite often represents us at different international platforms. I'm really very glad to see you, and through social networks we are friends with many of you. So our conference is a unique platform of our cooperation, and in spite of the epidemic situation, we are in the such format where we can communicate with each other and see each other, and it helps us to see the multi-spectrum activity and cooperation with the civil society of foreign countries. During the last years, this public diplomacy has become a unique instrument of relations of peoples between countries and their active positions. So it also helps to strengthen friendly relations, and the efforts of the public organizations are also very important, because they develop and promote the participation of different organizations and people in this public diplomacy. I would like to say how we Crimean people participated in the work of different international platforms in 2021. And first of all, I would like to mention the brightest moments. Um, First of all, on the 19th of March 2021, on the platform of Crimean Engineer Pedagogical Institute, there was an direct line with and I took part in it. Um, so I offered to the world public figures and public opinion to stop this um, stop this activity on of sanctions and blockade of Crimea and its citizens. Also, I showed that the Crimean citizens are often discriminated at different international platforms. For instance, when it was the meeting of OSCE about the rights of people and the rights of women, the moderators stopped my speech and didn't give me the chance to participate in the discussion of this issue. Also, I would like to mention the platform and the meeting which took place in October. It was a meeting on the rights of people, and I mentioned that mass media of the world are fooling the world public opinion, showing not the correct picture of the life in Crimea and the events which happened in Crimea. And thus they falsificate the real history of the country, and this uh, picture is really deteriorating. I would like to mention as well that during the last years the Crimean citizens managed to present Crimea at different international platforms in spite of the attempts to stop us, to prevent us. And for example, my colleagues, so-called from Ukraine, quite often behave in such a way. They would like to stop me, and they are very aggressive and negative, and they start shouting, and it's true, we face it. Me and my colleagues, we really see it. So we work very actively at the different international platforms, and every year we face new and new challenges, because in Ukraine more and more violation of human rights and of Russian population takes place. And as I'm the chairman of the Ukrainian community of Crimea, I'm in close contacts with people in Ukraine, and I see all these events which take place in Ukraine. And I say that I'm a Crimean Ukrainian, Russian Ukrainian, and I feel it as my duty to participate in the work of different platforms and to tell people the truth about the situation in Crimea. Um, and I would like to thank you all that you come to us and that you tell us the information about Crimea, how we are developing, how we try to make our peninsula flourishing. And I can judge by Facebook as well of how you tell stories about Crimea and post photos when you come, and try to create the positive image of Crimea and to arise the interest of people to Crimea. So again, I would like to thank you and the organizers that I have the chance to deliver my speech, and I would like to wish you very fruitful cooperation. So you touch, as always, very important moments, and I really would like to mention that the Crimean people suffer now, and So I hope that the Ukraine wouldn't be like this. And maybe there is one more idea. There are a lot of Ukrainians who live in Russia. So and some of them they are as political immigrants because they had to leave Ukraine. And of course, in Ukraine there are quite healthy forces, if we may put it like this. Maybe we should organize something like the Club of the Friends of Crimea among Ukrainians. I think we can make now a coffee break for 15 or 20 minutes, and then we would continue our discussion. So on our first topic, we don't have very exact bodies about topics. So now the break.
Dear friends, we are going to proceed our conference. I think we had quite deep visions and suggestions and proposals, and so I think that we are going to collect all the proposals and to make a list of them and then further promote them. I would like to give floor to, to the chairman of the Club of Friends of Crimea of Syria, Doctor of Economic Sciences, Ibrahim Meta. Good afternoon. Dear Deputy Chairman of the State Council of the Republic of Crimea, the permanent representative of the Republic of Crimea for the President of the Russian Federation, Mr. Muradov, dear ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the 6th International Conference, which takes place here in the capital of Crimea, Simferopol, under the leadership of Georgy Muradov. This conference describes the peculiarities of the modern international environment, determines the present and the future of the Republic of Crimea and its role in the international community. With the help of economic and political integration, we are going to resist the sanctions. This is the international environment of Crimea at present. Syria and the Republic of Crimea are subject to illegal economic and trade sanctions. The main goal of these sanctions is an attempt to undermine the sovereign decisions for independence of the Republic and the country as a whole. Syria and the Republic of Crimea are subject to illegal sanctions, as I already said, which are going to undermine the sovereign decisions of the people and to weaken the independent countries and decrease the level of life of its citizens. These illegal sanctions, according to all international laws, present a kind of war claimed on these countries in order to blackmail them and to deprive them of sovereignty and bring an economic and cultural damage. All the governments and people living under these illegal and unjust sanctions are trying to resist, to overcome those sanctions with the help of the according tools. After several years of experience, the republics of Crimea and Syria found out that the bypass of illegal sanctions and the weakening of their impact is made through cooperation and through economic integration. The broadening of the investment spheres and also the increase of trade cooperation to benefit from the tax advantages created in both countries. Also creation of economic structures for regulating the flood of goods to both countries in simple ways without any taxation, like limitations on transportation. Uh, Instead, we could create a permanent navigation route connecting both countries to increase the flood of products. Uh, in such a way, we could resist to different limitations with the goal to increase the trade cooperation and exchange between Crimea and Syria. This Syrian trade house, which was opened here in Crimea, and we have an affiliate in Damascus. Um, we have performed all the necessary demands, and I think this is a very bright example for good cooperations, with the goal of creating cooperation between Syria and Crimea. We firmly believe that the construction of the infrastructure between the two countries, and this Crimean trade house is the main instrument for achievement of this goal, and trade integration between two countries is a stable shield to resist illegal economic and trade sanctions introduced against both countries. So I wish our trade house success in the work both in Syria and Crimea, and also the achievement of goals which were set ahead for the mutual benefit of. I also suggest to create other trade houses in Crimea between Crimea and its numerous friends, because friends and partners are strong from economic and trade sanctions. And our friendship between our people is another shield against those sanctions. Until we will be able to overcome these sanctions and to promote our dignity, independence, and pride. Thank you for your kind attention. So our sessions are closely interconnected, I think, between each other. So I would like to meet the request of the chairman of the Club of Friends in Turkey, and where Seyman, who is also the head of the Crimean Tatar Foundation in Turkey. So I would like to give word to Universel, our guest who was awarded the Medal of Kasprinsky. Dear Chairman, I would like. Okay, so I will read the speech of Sel Onver. He is the chairman of the Foundation of Crimean Tatars in Turkey. Dear guests, dear friends, on behalf of Crimean Tatars, I would like to welcome you from the bottom of my heart. As it was said already, President Putin, the attempts to create a one-polar world has already finished. Crimea is a good example because a new world order was imposed by the Western Bloc also this contradiction to the history of the civilization. With the collapse of the Soviet Union, this situation became even worse, especially in the cultural, economic, and political sphere. Nevertheless, nowadays in the world, different centers are appearing, and they are against this Western system. Still, the Western system thinks that they can stop this development with their Cold War approach. Moreover, they are trying to impose those limitations and sanctions under the name of human rights movement. So they tried to block Crimea against electricity, medicine, products. So can we really think that this is the defense of human rights? So the Crimean platform created by Ukraine is the continuation of this system of blockade. This is it is the pure Western approach from the times of the Cold War. I must say that all these years they did not succeed, and I'm sure they will fail again. I would like to address the people of Ukraine. Please get rid of these politicians and change this order which brought poverty, corruption, and death to you. Dear participants, dear chairman, we all know that the United States could not come to a conclusion after all the sanctions and blockade against Crimea. We see the aggressive treatment of the United States towards the Black Sea region, which is the region for peace. So we see all kinds of military maneuvers in the Black Sea from the beginning of the year, which creates a great threat to the stability and safety of the region. I would like to say that in Turkey we have lots of discussions on this point, and they have reached the highest peak in August 2021. So Turkish admirals expressed their opinion about the United States ships passing the Turkish channel. So these maneuvers are only connected with the interests of the United States, and I must say that we are not going to resist. We are going to resist, and we are not going to yield to the threats of the United States. So we are going to protect our countries from these blockades and embargo, and our civilization was built on mutual respect and cooperation to each other, and I think this will be an effective tool to overcome those embargo and sanctions. Again, on behalf of Crimean Tatars, I would like to welcome you and to thank you. Thank you very much. We also agree that the links between Crimean Tatars of Crimea and Turkey should be strengthened, and this is again one more factor for stability and safety in our region. Dear friends, we have another new colleague, guest from Moldova, Mikhail Akhrentsev, who will help us to create a club for Friends of Crimea in Moldova.
Good afternoon, dear friends. So, first of all, I would like to comment a bit about the issues touched here. The thing is that in Moldova I'm the founder of an organization responsible for the promotion of the Russian language. So in order to register this organization, we had to write it using the transliteration. Even in such a trifle, it was a problem for us. Now coming back to my report. First of all, I would like to mention the perspective for recognizing Crimea in Moldova. If we speak about the position of official Chisinau, it's zero. And if we speak about the people of Moldova, the chances are very high. So the problem is that the government of Moldova and the people of Moldova are two different things. And the citizens of Moldova try to prognose the reaction of the official Chisinau. So first of all, the chances against. First of all, Moldova is in between Ukraine and Romania, who is already the member of European Union and NATO. And of course these countries and these organizations are against recognizing, and from the other hand um, we have the Pridnestrovskaya Republic, and which is also not recognized. And in Pridnestrovia, the Russian peacekeeping forces are placed. And if taken into consideration the aggressive rhetorics of Moldovan authorities and the in spite of all the problems, we managed to avoid the bloody conflict in this region, but still the provocations are being made. And in spite of the fact that Russia helped to preserve peace, and it has always claimed that this territory is part of Moldova, and we understand also that peace here is preserved only due to the participation of the Russian peacekeeping forces. And only the intrusion of Russia in 1992 saved us from the full-scale war. And that's why we, of course, understand the events which took place in Crimea in 2014, because the situation was similar, and only the Russia's help and assistance saved the people of Crimea from the bloody conflict. And uh, and if we speak about the relations with Romania, the borders of Moldova were being discussed, and only the influence of Russia helped to preserve Moldova as a state within its borders. So people remember about this, but unfortunately not the authorities. Our new president Maya Sandu participated in so-called Crimean platform, where she mentioned Russia as the aggressor, and there she signed on behalf of Moldova a document to make pressure on Russia to change the situation in Crimea. Um, I doubt that you feel any pressure on behalf of Moldova in Russia. It sounds really stupid. Um, just recently in Moldova happened the energetic crisis. You know, it happens in such countries, especially in winter, and the authorities of Moldova started thinking about the chances of providing the republic with heating. And in spite of all the problems mentioned, Maya Sandu and her party and the majority of parliament understood that they could get gas only from one source, which is very reliable. And but in spite of that, all the country during a whole month in September tried to had to witness the show, which was staged by the authorities of Moldova when they applied to different European countries asking for gas. Um, and Moldova uses now about 3 billion cubic meters of gas. It's not a lot, and for this month of this stage to show, they managed to get only 2 million cubic meters of gas. So everybody understood that it was fiction, it was just a show. So in October they went to Russia, and when they had negotiations with Gazprom and the agreement was conducted, and the price was even lower than at which we bought gas. So, and what do you think Maya Sandur did when actually the country was saved by the Russian gas? She wrote in Twitter and sincerely thanked USA that they were with Moldova during this crisis, and that it was a close contact with the partners, and they would continue to work at the sustainability of the energetic sector. So it was the quote. So uh, so she didn't forget to thank Angela Merkel, Ursula von der Leyen, and some other politicians. But as you understand, so Russia was not thanked at all. So, but then so this story with the gratitude from Sandur to USA continued because the American congressman stated about the illegal presence of Russian forces on the territory of Moldova, and the House of Representatives asked or claimed to move the Russian forces from the territory of Moldova. Thank you. So thank you for a very picturesque picture that you showed to us. But then again, the question arises: what is in the heads of such politicians which are building such strange constructions today? So I have already mentioned it, that understanding that that we are close on the civilizational basis, people, and economically, and Moldova existed much earlier than Romania, and it has always been with Russia, even at the times of the Russian Empire, and we remember all this. So if we speak about humanitarian component or social component, of course it has always been interesting for us uh, how the science education, intellectual activity are developing. Moscow always tried to help and to promote positive processes in these spheres. Of course, you can thank the United States, but what this play would result in. So, and as for us Crimeans, I think it was just insulting when this demand about the freeing of Crimea was signed at this Crimean platform, because we understand that the idea is to free the Crimea from us, Crimean citizens. And we understand that such cynical policy, maybe it's lack of experience of Miss Sand or so, because we want to make it sound more delicate, but of course it could lead to lots of troubles for the country which we like very much and with which we have always tried to be in good friendly relations. I hope that you could bring our position to your public opinion as society, and special thank you for support of the Russian language in Moldova. And I think that it would help greatly not only to the Russian people who live in Moldavia, but also to Moldovan people themselves. Now the floor is given to the professor representing HPU, Mr. Shevchenko Oleg Konstantinovich. So, good afternoon, dear colleagues. Uh, so, so I'm not a professor yet, so I'm an associated professor, but thank you. So now to my report. The scientific brotherhood in all ages was estimated as a society of very close people who understand each other, and they don't see commercial interests and or cooperative interests. Of course, it doesn't mean that this brotherhood, which has a lot of different sources and origins, would wouldn't exist. So such attempts to organize such brotherhood, they started and then they finished, and always it was very difficult due to differences in ideology. So now we witness the creation of different borderlines because of the ethnical principles or cultural principles, and countries and cultures which we can consider as um, an outcast appear. And but the most important thing is the life of a person, and it's the most important thing. And it's necessary that they would have the friendly interest to other people. And I can't but mention the favorite dialogue from Bulgakov's novel The Dog's Heart, when Professor Preobrazhensky was offered such a situation. Um, yeah, I suppose you I to buy some magazines in favor of children of Germany. No, I won't do this. Why? Don't you feel sorry for the children of Germany? No, I just don't want. So the I mean like that the scientists they lose a lot in the modern world situation, and I think that the practical examples of the scientific brotherhood which the world science always demonstrates, that the people's diplomacy exists, and it is a serious force on the world arena, and it can oppose to this world terrorism which presses the personality, and it has only its own point of view, but it doesn't take into consideration any other's point of view. Um, so Crimea is in informational blockade now. Uh, some Russian structures didn't come to Crimea to work, though like Sberbank, for example. Some Russian politicians, though they claim that they are patriots, but still they don't work to cooperate actively with Crimea. Some That's why it's so important that some people from foreign countries cooperate with us, work with our students, participate in workshops and seminars. We have scientific projects. So it seems to be not very important, but one my colleague from Greece would never tell his students any threats about the totalitarian Crimea. And I would always give an example to my students of such fruitful cooperation with very prominent philosophers. So let us make some calculations. So every of my friend is a teacher at the university. He has several dozens of pupils, and there are some hundreds of people who take into consideration your point of view. As a result, these students who are they are the former teachers, officials, guides, businessmen, and so on. And these scientists would educate a new generation of people, and they can influence a lot of people. So about every active scientist there is a whole circle of relations. So if you remember, you all have some university tutor who has become your friend and who influenced your ideas. So that's why I dare say that our scientific cooperation within the framework of scientific world and scientific brotherhood is essential for people's diplomacy, and it helps the world to avoid this disaster of hatred between peoples. Thank you. So Mr. Yurlov is the director of the Fund of Sevastopol. He is given the floor.
So thank you very much. I would like to ask you to switch on my presentation. So thanks first of all um, to Georgy Lvovich that you follow the way which is very, very actual, because the tension around Crimea rises every moment, and already we can see the imitation of the nuclear bombing of Crimea has become quite hackneyed, and the word war is widely spread among politicians and military men, and even political scientists more than once said that Crimea is the starting point for the Third World War. So we have to react very actively, and from this point of view I would like to support the idea put forward by Yaroslav Alexandrovich. We should proceed from policy of defensive character to a policy directed forward. I'm not speaking about aggressive policy, I'm just trying to mean that we should follow the policy of resistance to those forces who are going to claim the Third World War. So what are those measures that we can undertake from the point of view of regional policy? It is obvious that it should be coordinated with the federal center, and from this point of view the official representative of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs in 2020 formulated the tasks which we have to decide. In particular, she informed that the peninsula, among other subjects of the Russian Federation, feels the destructive impact, and we need to consolidate our efforts against the Russophobia efforts, and also to unite our efforts in cultural, social, humanitarian sphere. So going back to Yaroslav Alexandrovich, who said that the Western politicians are using every possible way to influence wide circles of the community. Um, it is it is also necessary to put the issue of unfolding a wide information campaign. I'm not afraid of this word, propaganda. It's quite a clear word, but propaganda is propaganda. It's a kind of struggle for the hearts and brains of people, both at home and beyond the borders of our big country. Remembering the words of Georgy Lvovich, uh, to keep to the time limits so that we can hear our Western our foreign guests. So I'm just going to proceed to some pragmatic suggestions. We being a non-governmental organization in Sevastopol, so we work in the city of federal status, and our suggestions um, touch not only Sevastopol and Crimea, but they can be used on the international level. And I think that moreover, we should undertake those measures. And all the speakers mentioned very important decisions and suggestions, and we should discuss them and put them into practice. One of our proposals is the conducting of the International Round Table, Crimea of 21st Century War or Peace. So the venue would be Levadia Palace, which welcomed the conference of 1945. We are going to invite journalists, scientists, philosophers, military men who participated in the military activities in Crimea, and these participants from different countries like Great Britain, Germany, Turkey, United States. And so we are going to invite our participants to speak before the camera. So what would be the outcome? What would be the result? And we have what to say in response to all this so-called aggressive policy of Russia. Ike Borisovich also touched the issue of the environment. So the problems of the environment don't know the government borders, the state borders, and they do not know sanctions, because if there is a leak of oil somewhere, then no sanctions would help, and this will be a common problem for everybody in the region of the Black Sea Basin. So therefore we are going to collect the opinion of the leading scientists, ecologists from different countries, and to address UNESCO, MAGATE and other influential organizations on the renewal of the cooperation which we lost. So those countries which announced the sanctions, they lost the cooperation, for example, with two huge establishments in Sevastopol. This is the Institute of Southern Seas and the Biological Hydrological Institute. So these institutes used to cooperate with the United Nations Organization, MAGATE, and so on. Another suggestion is the conducting of a big art festival, which would be called the Attack of the Light Brigade. Of course, art is the rephrasing of the well-known poem by Tennyson. So we are going to invite influential musicians who have a huge audience of fans all over the world, both Russian and foreign. And if they come to the battlefield of the Balaclava battle and sing songs about peace and cooperation and love. I think that this will sound all over the planet, and the fans of those musicians will hear them, and this will be not only an art campaign but also a political campaign. So I would like to say that the president of Russia uh, uh, thinks that such events are very important, and summarizing the results of the World Championship in football which took place in Russia, he outlined not only sport results but an achievement that helped to destroy the myths and prejudices against Russia. So I think that uh, history knows the conducting of such campaigns. For example, the black and white photo is the festival against the war in Vietnam. It took place before the White House in Washington, and the musicians sang the song by John Lennon, give the world a chance. So such kind of events could be called also here, and it's worthwhile. So I have already mentioned that there are musicians who stress the position as peacekeepers all over the world. So this is the photo of the orchestra of the Marine Theatre which performed in Syria, and this is also an illustration that it is possible to establish peace in Syria. So here you can see the concert in Palmyra. So the suggestion to conduct a musical festival in Sevastopol was approved by the Ministry of Culture of Crimea, and we have collected more than 100 signatures. And as I said already, the president lays big attention to this kind of events, and I think that he visited the wedding of the Austrian Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and it was not only just a gesture of goodwill, but it was like also political gesture. Here you can see Vladimir Vladimirovich who is singing a song in English, surrounded by well-known artists like Alain Delon, Catherine Deneuve, Steven Seagal, and others. So it was Blueberry Hill. So here you can see the words of well-known musician authors about Sevastopol. I would say to the whole world, you want to start war with the Russians? Are you crazy? Do you know that the Russians liberated you from fascists by the cost of the lives of 2 million of their citizens, and you want to fight with them? About Sevastopol, he said the following. So, he said that Crimea is the world resort on the rehabilitation of the post-COVID people in the rest houses. So I think this rehabilitation program is a very important one. Also with suggest an appeal to international sport organizations on behalf of the well-known sportsmen. As you know, they are deprived of the right to participate in international sportive events, and this is the violation of the Olympic principles. Of course, I could give you a number of other suggestions. So in Sevastopol we promoted all these suggestions and proposals, and they were approved during the international conference in May this year. And on the result of our conference, the newspaper Tomorrow in Italy published quite a big article, and we are we have established quite good links between the University of Geneva and Crimean Federal University, and we also can sign an agreement of mutual acknowledgement of diplomas, which would be a good step forward. So I hope that these suggestions would be reviewed both by the Association of the International Cooperation on the level of Russia and on Crimean level, and they would gather support, and our colleagues that are present here, they will spread the information in their country. So thanks a lot. So we're trying to save our time because time flies.
So we proceed with our second topic. It's the it's called the Crimean platform as a tool for fomenting terrorism around the Russian Crimea. So so that the Crimean platform, it was this document signed by some European countries where they officially acknowledge the necessity to work against Crimea. So now the floor is given to a representative from Greece. I'm very sorry that Mr. Isikas Kostas is ill now. So Nadia Valovani, the member of the People's Unity Party from Greece and the vice chairman of the government, is here. So дорогие друзья, моя тема — это Греция и Крымская платформа, которые борются против санкций против Крымии. И я хочу сказать о хороших отношениях, которые сложились между Грецией и Россией и Крымом, и им уже больше 200 лет. И я считаю, что это тренд меньшинства, русофобия по отношению к России и к Крыму. Мы видим картину значительных проблем, возникающих в отношениях между странами, и в основном это благодаря внешним источникам. Это нередкое событие, как, например, член британского правительства, говоря о Греции, сказала, что независимость Греции — это глупость. Она может быть или российской, или британской. ну, поскольку она не может быть российской, значит, скорее всего, она будет британской. Мы можем сказать, что такие же отношения непростые складывались и во времена Холодной войны. Конечно, достаточно трудно объяснить в современном международном окружении, что греческий народ
being truly independent and building multipolar alliances towards achieving and defending this end. It's difficult to explain because in our own part of this complex multipolar world, it is a greatly faulty vision for the future that is mainstream. What the current American president propagated addressing both chambers of the Congress a few months ago on April 29th, quotation marks, "The 21st century, the future, will belong to America. One people, one nation, one America," end of quotations. It's therefore not random that it was among those who believe in a truly independent Greece that the Greek Committee of the International Association of the Friends of Crimea was established. That's also why it was not difficult for us to understand the latest plan surrounding the establishment of the so-called Crimea platform since 2020, culminating in the so-called summit in August 2021. We are all experienced enough to understand what is hidden behind phrases like strengthening international efforts for the non-recognition of Crimea's current status, using and broadening anti-Russian sanctions, confronting the suppression of Tatars and other minorities, ensuring the freedom of naval transportation, and overcoming the economic and ecological consequences of Russia's occupation. That is, the 5 key goals of the platform as voiced by the Ukrainian foreign minister. It's equally certain that nobody actually believes that through the platform activities, they'll achieve the so-called de-occupation. It's equally obvious that the Ukrainian state nationalism, with the encouragement of the USA, the EEC, and the NATO, is attempting to create a new multi-level leverage against Russia, a tool to enable, first of all, the fulfillment of the Euro-Atlantic project of turning Ukraine and Georgia into full NATO members, as further steps of creating a quarantine sanitary zone extending the encirclement of Russia further east. The fact that this entails the rewriting of the history of World War II, as well as the strengthening of xenophobia, Russophobia, and the already vivid neo-Nazi trends within not only the Ukrainian society, but also among the peoples of the whole broader area, doesn't bother them. Even worse, they may actually constitute partial goals, at least of certain circles within and outside of Ukraine. Nobody tries to hide the fact that the most ambitious among those circles, internal and international circles, consider the potential of the platform as going, quotation marks, well beyond the so-called deoccupation of Crimea, spreading to Transnistria, Abkhazia, South Ossetia, and any other hybrid problems. End of quotations. Of course, the potential of success for such plans is equivalent to the potential of verification of the infamous theory about the end of history in 1989, propagated by Francis Fukuyama, who very suitably turned up himself in Kiev as one of the so-called experts of the Crimea platform at its summit in August, obviously all of them hoping that he will be luckier this time. In Greece, though, the fact that the majority of the people faces Russia as a friendly country creates a tricky situation, and the government appears a little bit shy of its stable support to these Euro-Atlantic plans. This is obviously the reason that we had to read the press release of the Greek foreign minister's public statement after his meeting with his Ukrainian foreign colleague in Kiev in July in English, in order to be informed that Greece's approach to Crimea is based on the EEC approach, that is condemnation of the annexation of Crimea as support of the imposed sanctions. Obviously, this press release in English was just for use abroad. In the same press release issued in the Greek language, this whole paragraph was absent. Contrary to this, the press release extract concerning the Greek support to, quotation marks, the choice of Ukraine to strengthen her bonds with the NATO and the participation of Greece in the measures of defending Ukraine through the Greek air base in Action and the periodic presence of Greek warships in the Black Sea, as well as through the Greek military forces we have ordered to the NATO, end of quotations, exist in both languages. Because of the engulfment of the whole aggressive packet by Greece, at least in English, if not in Greek, the Ukrainian president met with the Greek prime minister on the sidelines of the United Nations Climate Conference and thanked him for Greece's support for Ukraine's territorial integrity and for Greece's participation in the Crimea Platform Summit. Now, this later is the truth, but not the whole truth. The whole truth is that the Ukrainian president had invited the Greek president to participate at the summit. In July, we signed an open letter to the Greek president asking from her not to participate. Talking publicly through our letter to the president of Greece was an opportunity for us to remind to our people how the Crimea and Sevastopol came to be reunited with Russia from the regime that came out of the Maidan coup d'etat through an alliance of nationalists and neo-Nazis, and the referendum expressing the Crimea people's will of self-determination, to the sanctions, among everything else, also preventing the Greeks of Crimea and Sevastopol to visit Greece. Their president was in the morning sitting beside me, as well as informing about the latest laws in the Ukrainian parliament, which, after the recognition of the collaborators with Nazi Germany in World War II as national heroes, is attempting now to split the Ukrainian people among natives with full rights and non-natives with much less, using ethnic criteria. It was also an opportunity of speaking publicly about what we ourselves experienced traveling during these last years all over Crimea and talking with its people, including the Greeks, the Tatars, and other minorities, as well as what we came to know concerning the teaching of the Greek language in Crimea, by participating at such a lesson at the second school in Yalta in 2017. In our letter, we characterized the Crimea platform as an attempt to create a new Cold War axis against the Russian Federation, poisoning further the international climate, as well as pushing further forward Russophobia and aggressive military actions like the ones committed during the NATO Sea Breeze military exercise in the Black Sea with the participation, unfortunately, of Greece. At the summit, Greece did participate, but at the lowest possible level. I cannot evaluate how much our open letter had to do with the decision of non-participation at presidents, but at ambassadors' level. But it helped us anyway to air in Greece the Crimea reunification with Russia as final and address the role of Greece in the American and NATO-led aggressive plans in the Black Sea and elsewhere. I would like to conclude this address with the latest news in this last front. Less than a month ago, there was a renewal of the pact between Greece and USA, elevated to the status of strategic partners since 2018. For the first time, after more than 30 years, this renewal is not for 1, but for 5 years, which practically means indefinitely, since it's very difficult to envisage a Greek government in today's climate to take unilateral measures of terminating it in the immediate future. The Greek foreign minister stated that he was proud for such an achievement. While, quotations, the USA looks to Asia and withdraws from Afghanistan and Iraq, is committed to stationing and deploying forces on Greek soil for at least 5 years and possibly a much longer period. End of quotations. What is further established, among others, for this much longer period is firstly a USA actual fortification of Alexandroupolis with American ground forces, missiles and drones, looking towards 2 destinations, the Black Sea as well as the new LNG platform outside of the Alexandroupolis harbor, bringing expensive American shale gas from the Mediterranean to the Baltic Sea. Secondly, at least 3 new American bases in different parts of Greece are legalized. Thirdly, Suda Bay in Greece is further elevated as perhaps the most important USA and NATO base in East Mediterranean, adding to the naval and air forces stationed there, the Skyhawks airplanes, which based in Suda are able to spy from Iran to Eurasia. Allow me to finish by reading to you the conclusion of the Greek foreign minister's analysis of the new pact dated October 18th. Quotations. It is extremely positive for our nation, excuse me, it is extremely positive for our national interests that the USA attaches particular importance to our country. USA sees Greece as a country that can play a leading role in the Western Balkans and their accession to the European Union. They also treat us as a bridge between the Middle East and the Gulf with Europe. The particularly good relations we have developed in recent years with Israel and the major Arab countries play a key role. That is why, while 2 important American warships of the Mediterranean Sixth Fleet are currently patrolling the Black Sea, we from the Greek Committee of the International Association are proposing today to you that the International Committee takes over in 2022 the organization in Crimea of a Black Sea and Mediterranean People's Conference, a peace initiative which will push into the forefront what is our real strength, the diversity of the peoples around Black Sea and Mediterranean, with Crimea as a prime example of this diversity, the huge wealth of different cultures, ideologies, and religions coexisting for centuries despite all impediments. And they will go on coexisting despite intentions and plans to the contrary by initiatives like the Crimea platform. Thank you.
А те негативные аспекты, которые
Ευχαριστώ
касаются
πολύ,
крымской
κύριε Υπουργέ.
платформы.
I thanked the minister and asked to pass our warm greetings to our friends in Greece. I would like to give floor to another very interesting participant, a politician, political scientist who has been writing a lot. So he represents the Club of Friends of Crimea from Austria. Mr. Patrick Popel. Thank you very much. I would like to speak English because my Russian is really very bad. Мой доклад называется какие существуют методы, чтобы
and the diligence of individual political actors and representatives of Crimea have managed to keep the Republic of Crimea away from being completely socially isolated. This was the first step of people's diplomacy. However, there are currently two problems with the West still uses in the medias against the reputation of Crimea and its residents. The first one, the Maidan uprising at the time, which triggered the secession of Crimea as a reaction from the Russian Federation, was never dealt with seriously and objectively by the Western medias. The second one, NATO is constantly provoking off the coast of Crimea, which led the negative headlines in the Western medias, so that Russia has to react to it. In the time of annexation, in the Western medias, still there are negative propaganda against Crimea, in both, in historical, about the referendum, the uprising at the referendum, and in the second, currently with these provocations with the battleships in the Black Sea. So what can we do to counter this propaganda in the West? People's diplomacy must continue to be pursued. We should not forget also the level of the regional cooperations with friendly states and the possibility of city twinning, also with European states. The reason is in some European countries there are still many sensible politicians at regional level and on city boards. Not in the governments, but on the level of city boards, there are many good politicians in Germany, also in Austria. This possibility must be used for the people's diplomacy project. In addition, it would be a great idea, it's a dream, to set up a representation of the Republic of Crimea as a region in Vienna, or a culture institute, or such a project, to have headquarters from the Crimean structures or from culture institutions in Vienna for the propaganda in Europe, to tell the people in Europe what's going on Crimea, the reality, not the reality from the Western medias. This helps that the collaboration in the areas of culture and friendship between people will be possible without running into problems with the sanctions. However, I think it is especially important to see Crimea always as a part of the Russian Federation. What is good for the reputation of Russia, it also serves the interests of Crimea, and is good for the reputation of the Republic of Crimea. And a lot more needs to be done here, I think. The Russian embassies abroad and the culture institutes face a huge armada of Western NGOs. There are many NGOs in Austria, in Germany, controlled by transatlantic think tanks. The time has come for Russia, too, to recognize the successful use of non-government organizations and to include these ideas in the strategy. In order to start a media counterattack in modern information warfare area, the Russian Federation needs more friendly structures abroad. I would like to ask you one question. Why is there not even a pro-Russian think tank in my home city, Vienna? International city with representations from all countries of the world and the seat of the United States Atomic Energy and the OECD, and we have no one Russian think tank in Vienna. This is a big mistake. The Russian Federation must take care to organize a think tank or a strategic institute in Vienna that can also report to the Western medias, but they don't like to hear it. But we can take care for this, that it comes to the Western medias, the information also from the Russian analysts and the Russian perspective of the geostrategic situation. That's why all geopolitical analysis has been left in the hands of our opponents and enemies. That must be corrected soon, otherwise the truth can be covered up again and again by designed informations in the future. As we could see in the Western media's coverage of the events in Donbass, Crimea, Syria, and also. So the future reputation of Crimea depends very much from the initiatives of the Russian Federation. And we need more weapons of soft power in this information war. Organizations, private persons, journalists, and all this. I have dealt very intensively with this problem as well as which the several opportunities, and will hand over a proposal to the responsible structures. Vienna should play an important role both in the field of strategic analysis and also in the field of people's diplomacy. All of these are just ideas that I would like to express here. I have already worked out the concepts, and I hope we can grade up to upgrading the people's diplomacy, also in Austria and in the German language countries. It's very important because Austria is a neutral country. It's very important to have there many friends, and Germany is the strongest and the biggest country in Europe, and we need to have an influence of the truth in Austria and in Germany. Thank you very much.
Спасибо, Патрик. Как всегда интересно, но я сразу отреагирую и отвечу на ваши вопросы. Почему в Вене не создается think tank? Почему не работают какие-то стратегические структуры с нашим участием? Мы всегда ценили нейтралитет Австрии и договор о нейтралитете, который был подписан в 1955 году. Помните этот договор, да? А сейчас Австрия оказалась вовлечена, в общем-то, близко к блоку.
In the activities close to the NATO bloc, and the European Union first announced sanctions against. Many authorities in the Russian Federation, deputies of all levels, State Duma, regional deputies, sanctions against our influential politologists and economists, not mentioning Crimea. I mean the whole Crimean administration and myself. See, we all found ourselves in the sanction lists, and you just banned us to come to your countries. I do not mean you personally, but the Austrian administration created such conditions under which we cannot come to Vienna. So please tell our Austrian friends friends that we should highly value neutrality, because this is a unique platform, and now I think Austria lost its neutrality because you joined the anti-Russian sanctions, and I'm afraid of that. If you join anti-Chinese sanctions and other sanctions, then Austria would not be a platform for conducting big international forums. In my view, in Europe, there is only one country, Serbia, to which we can freely go. If not, then the wall will be growing very fast. And I even do not know when we, together with our friends and with you personally, would be able to ruin this wall. And we should think seriously over this problem, because we had such a platform in Finland, in the Cyprus, where I used to be an ambassador. Now we lost these platforms because we cannot conduct any events in the Cyprus or in Helsinki or in Vienna in Austria, and I mean that this is not your personal, but the failing of your administration and the big strategic error. So this is my personal view. Thanks once again, and I would like to give floor to Alexander Lichtenstein, member of the Coordination Board of International Association of Friends of Crimea from Israel. First of all, I would like to thank all the participants and the co-organizers of this wonderful event, which I attend not for the first time, and I would like to personally say thanks to you, Georgy Lvovich, and I would like to thank Yaroslav Alexandrovich, Jan Borisovich Epstein was the founding father for the creation of this organization. Now we see already the sixth conference, and I would like to thank this wonderful man for the fact that many countries nowadays know about what is going on here, and we see the representatives of these states sitting with us at the same table. So I was writing my report, and now I would like to say just in brief. So the main event which took place in 2021 is the 35th Jubilee of diplomatic relations between Russia and Israel. I remember the first ambassador, Mr. Bovin, who came in 1991 to Israel. And he laid the first diplomatic cornerstone, and he built a wall in a good meaning of this word in the relations between our two countries. And in 2004 Putin visited our country, and we erected a monument to the victims of the blockade in Israel. So, for example, Ukraine did not make such a monument to the victims of the war. So I'm telling what I know for sure. I'm telling from my own experience. Politics is not my cup of tea. I would like that everything is quite obvious and it lies on the surface. I remember Crimea in 1990s, and I remember Crimea before 2014. There were no sanctions, but everything was like in ruins. But after the sanctions were announced, we can see the construction of the bridge, the construction of the airport, the construction of highways. So Crimea is flourishing, and thanks to sanctions. So Georgy Lvovich, when you want to come to Israel, you are always welcome. Nobody will prohibit you from coming, and you will be always welcome to express your opinion. Uh, so, so, yeah. In brief, what we were doing here, I brought a number of businessmen from Israel who have seen Crimea with their own eyes, and they just liked it very much. We have a saying that when an eagle flies and then a raven is sitting on its back and picking it, but the eagle does not fight with the crow, and the eagle goes higher and higher, and the raven has nothing to breathe and he falls down. So we shouldn't fight. We should just try to make Crimea a pearl of the whole planet, of the whole world, and in the period of the epidemics, considering the fact that Crimea is a wonderful resort for treatment of the lungs, representatives of medicine of Israel see a huge potential of creating a post-COVID rehabilitation center which could unite the efforts of specialists and thus raise the level of the medical institute of Simferopol and increase the number of international students. And I mean that Crimea could become a big platform for creating a rehabilitation research and treatment center. So we already have a plan, a project, and we are ready to come and to create this center together with the Crimean experts. So we need to find a good investor who would realize that health is the most precious thing. We have already created one center here and we are ready to go further, so we have all the tools for cooperation. So, dear friends, finally we have our guests who were delayed due to weather conditions. I'm happy to see Mikhail Dilyagin. So yeah, we are very much upset that we missed you and you missed a part of our session, but I think that we are going to continue our interesting work. But you arrived just for dinner, just for lunch. So this is a positive event in your difficult day. So it's 2 o'clock, so I think that we should make a break for lunch, and then we'll proceed with the topic of the Crimean platform and other aggressive issues against Russia and Crimea. So I wish you bon appetit, and at 3 o'clock we are coming back to this hall. So the restaurant is just opposite the conference hall. And I have a big request to submit your interpretation equipment to the table near the entrance.
Dear colleagues, so we continue our work. So we transfer from one session to another. So since I will be the moderator of the third session, and so we will start, and the floor is given. So the chairperson of the Club of Friends of Crimea from Estonia, Andrei Zarenkov. So I fortunately didn't hear the beginning, so good afternoon. So today, so I am with you in my soul. Unfortunately, I couldn't come to see my colleagues and my old friends. So, how we can support Crimea and the citizens of Crimea, of Peninsula of Freedom, as it is called now. So, this is a sacred place for all the generations of people. It's a crossing of the world history and culture. So I believe that Crimea should be retranslated in the minds and memory of our foreign friends. Um, so I think that we should answer the question, what are the ways how we can achieve this goal? First of all, I think that first of all, people should visit Crimea and should organize events about Crimea in Europe and invite the Crimean people, historians, and try to show the history of Crimea not for the last 50 or 60 years, but maybe for the 2000 years of his existence, starting from Greeks, Khazars, the history of adoption Christianity in Khersones. Because some people think that the history of Crimea started from the times of Khrushchev or Soviet times, but of course it's not true. And I think that such events should take place, and we do it now in the Baltic republics, but it is a kind of saloon art where we invite the artists, literate writers, literature workers, and presenting them very good qualitative Crimean wine. We discuss different aspects and we try to show Crimea in very attractive historical images which are familiar to the Western audience and do not cause some negative emotions. So I may say that such atmosphere works very positively and much better than TV or internet influence. And besides Russian TV in the West and in the Baltic republics is not popular, it's difficult to find it, and it is called at once something like propaganda. And I think that these events, they are not expensive, they don't demand budget, but these events cause the greatest interest, and they will take place for sure, because we have we can organize any events now when people have the certificate, but Estonia has opened its borders, and any people who are vaccinated, they could come and visit the country. So we may say that Estonia can come the first multi-level international platform where we could check all the arsenal of existing measures, starting from very strict measures up to the instruments of the so-called soft power, like fashion, youth culture, literature, and so on. So here I agree with something that my colleague from Austria has mentioned, because if the Crimea would take a proper media place here, so of course the local people in these countries would understand the situation in Crimea much better, because we all still remember that after the Soviet Union stopped its existence, the Baltic republics organized a referendum and they left the USSR. The same situation we observe in Ukraine, which definitely enters this period of disintegration. And in conclusion, I would state one Russian proverb that you should see the whole forest behind the bushes. So I would like to wish to Crimea that its young forest would grow fast, would become an integral part of Russia and Russian world for ages and forever. Thank you very much. Thank you, Yuri Alexeyevich. And now I would like to give the floor to the prominent public figure of our country, the Vice Chairman of the State Duma on a Committee on Economic Policy, to Mikhail Delyagin. So thank you very much that you have the time to visit our conference. And the topic would be the so I'm supposed to speak in the session about the Crimean platform. So like what would be the main topic. So, but I think that all the sessions are interrelated. So, thank you very much for your invitation. And if we want that such events as Crimean platform wouldn't gain any further development, and that they would stop pressing and pushing on us, of course we should respond properly. So as a joke, I may say that the most popular business now is taking PCR tests. So, and in the world, the analog of this, and if you want to be successful, you should be very aggressive towards Russia and to demonstrate lack of respect. So that's why I think that this is a very bad tradition which has worked out for the last 7 years, and these politicians know that if you blame Russia in something, then you gain some political balls, and that's why I think that this is very serious, because we miss, I would say, the informational field in some countries because of that. And if we start talking about this in Russia, and then people say in Russia, no, it's not correct, they are our partners, maybe somebody would implement new sanctions against us or something like this. But I think that we live now in conditions of informational political wave against Russia, and we came to the conclusion when I think it's too late to explain something, because any our arguments, they are ignored, And you know, according to very old proverb, so if there is no water in the system, then it is Russia who should be blamed for this. So, and whatever you say, even if you mention that it is illogical, it's stupid, it doesn't help. And we know that these situations, they used to lead to very serious consequences in the world history, like it was in some with some Serbian population, for instance, in some parts of former Yugoslavia. For instance, in the state Iran, there is a vice chairperson who deals only with opposition to sanctions, and this is his main idea. So that's why I think it's high time for us to do something in the same sphere. We should react very strictly towards the media which allow themselves to lie and to conduct anti-Russian propaganda, because if we don't react very strictly, we would lose the informational space. Then business which sponsors Russia-phobia politics should leave the opportunity to work on the territory of Russia, whatever they do. So it should be the understanding that there are partners and there are enemies, and the borders between this and that should be formed quite strictly. And of course we shouldn't work and cooperate with the Turkish regime, and so, and now we would say that the position of Turkey in lots of spheres now, it's the project of huge Turkey, and that Russia should react much more strictly. And for instance, some Russian markets should be closed for Turkish goods. Why on earth we are building the atomic power station to Turkey, which they maybe would return after some time in small portions. So this politics, it's a kind of explosive mixture of masochism and political importance, and I think that it's high time to react to this. And I think that the Crimean forum, Crimean platform, it's not the worst thing which might have happened. Now, God bless, I think that something more or less reasonable towards Ukraine has started. Some lessening of the supply of electric energy to the country. And I think that some we don't have open, transparent position and strategy, the explanation of what we want. And since 2014, I kept visiting some high cabinets and asking, what do we want from Ukraine? So we want that it would be friendly to us, or it would be the member of NATO or something like this. And some of the people, they simply didn't understand my question. And I had the feeling that they have never thought about it in this direction. So I think the lack of this position demonstrates not enough strength. And when we have here in Crimea the vegetables and tomatoes which remind very much the tomatoes from Turkey, and the prices in Krasnodar are much lower than in Crimea, it's not reasonable, and that the capacities that we need here in Crimea are not built up to now. And we know that Russian investors who really wanted to work in Crimea, they don't want to have anything in common with Crimea anymore. And I think I think out of strong state powers, bodies, they still don't accept Crimea as a part of Russian Federation. So, and if the state companies behave like this, what do we want then from the United States or Ukraine or Turkey? I suspect that up to now the question about privacy is not solved up to now, because up to now a lot of Crimean people keep working for so-called Ukrainian Nazis who own rest homes, hotels, and other property here in Crimea. And what would be the influence of this situation on the general atmosphere in Crimea? Of course, it's not reasonable. I think in 2015, Pavel Durov, who that the intellectual offshore should be created in Crimea, and we should use it. We should announce that the intellectual rights of the countries that do not accept the territorial belonging of Crimea would not be acting. And from one side now we see that some monopolies are degrading and they are trying to blockade their progress, and from the other side the official medicine and seemed to stop its work and existence properly, and Crimea could become the platform for some new technologies, ideas, not only in this sphere but in lots of other spheres. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhail Gennadievich. Your speech is always acute, but I agree with every word, and I would support everything that you said, because you mentioned all those issues that we have discussed, and we need a certain very active policy towards the development of Crimea. So, dear colleagues, I would like to give floor to another friend of ours, the chairman of the Club of Friends of Crimea and Abkhazia, Mr. Astanur Logua. Thank you for the invitation. I am always pleased to be here to meet friends and thank God many of these friends visited Abkhazia, where you are always welcome. If you allow, I will start. So in the modern world, the support of regional stability is a very complicated task. The growing instability and turbulence of international relations of the modern epoch makes quite actual to find new ways of cooperation, including people's and parliamentary diplomacy. The methods of traditional diplomacy fail. But to renew these methods, it's impossible to deal without diplomacy, people's diplomacy. So the same task has been put ahead of the people who reside in the Black Sea region. So to discuss the role of people's diplomacy is quite wise on the example of cooperation of two organizations. This is the League of Friends of Abkhazia and the Association of Friends of Crimea. So we had the first meeting of the Club of Friends of Abkhazia, which put forward the task of shaping a positive image in the Parliament of Abkhazia. So this league has united more than 10 different countries, and first of all, these are our friends who supported the creation of this league. So these are our friends from Syria, from Russia, from New Dnestr, and so on. So we are used to discuss the actual issues of the world policy. We discuss intergovernmental relations and further development of Abkhazia, taking into consideration the present international situation. We are already contributing to stabilize this situation in the eastern section of the Black Sea region. Abkhazia uses all the possible and available platforms to outline the following points, that the stability and sovereignty of Abkhazia is not discussed. It is well known that independent Abkhazia as well as Crimea is a vexing factor for those who are used to deal with propaganda and Cold War policy and use this propaganda to influence the informational environment around Russia. So in this situation we have created the League of Friends of Abkhazia, and this was made on the analogy of the International Association of Friends of Crimea. From the very first meeting it was decided that the most effective cooperation is cooperation with Crimea and other regions of Russia. The principles of interaction of Abkhazia and Russia from the very beginning of the appearance of the states as sovereign ones are mutually beneficial for those countries in means of regional stability. Russia invests serious funding in the creation of the infrastructure and economy of Abkhazia, which is mutually beneficial, and at the same time, the cooperation of Russia and Abkhazia is historically based on mutual respect and trust. Both sides understand the priority of strategic partnership, considering the economic benefits. Abkhazia is very thankful to all regions of Russia, with many of which it has built good neighborhood relations based on sympathy, trust and readiness to participate in reconstructing the stability in the region. So it's time to understand that the people of Caucasus and the people of the Crimean Peninsula made their own choice, and they connect their choice with the positive role of Russia in the regulation of the situation in the Caucasus and the Black Sea region in general. The presence of the Russian Federation is a stabilizing factor which hinders the escalation of violence. More than once it was stated that the most important factor of Russian foreign policy in the Caucasus is the fact that it is built on non-interference into domestic affairs and self-identification of peoples. It is very important to consider local mentality. In the Caucasus, you cannot have stereotypes. Only the principle of acknowledgement of the uniqueness of every people works here. The Abkhazian experience which we have accumulated leads us to two big conclusions about the nature of future system of security of the Black Sea region. First, stability is possible only on the basis of just and non-elective application of the norms of the United Nations on the rights of people for self-identification. The methods of people's diplomacy would help to unite all people and carry their opinion to the authorities. Secondly, constant adherence to the people's choice and to their decisions. without that, sides who are not interested in stability will find factors to violate this stability. Thirdly, the principle of sovereignty of Crimea would be decided on the same principles as in Abkhazia. If possible, Georgy Lvovich, there were very many interesting proposals and suggestions in both parts of our conference. It's very fashionable to mention some formats like 3+2 or 2+4 or some others, so it's not quite clear what are those formats, but I think that you should not like interfere into the affairs of other people, like bring coal to Newcastle. So speaking about the Abkhazian experience, it's not only the opinion of the parliamentary of Abkhazia, it's the opinion of people of all the Black Sea region. So we should establish links between ourselves, because when people from the West, they want to impose their forces to resolve our conflicts, it will never work until we will be able to get together and decide and resolve our own problems. So of course we have difficulties in Abkhazia and in Russia, and if speaking about the region, we can discuss with all kinds of representatives, both parliamentary and society, like community representatives. We can bring them together and involve them into discussion. So unfortunately we have Georgia, who is not willing to participate in such discussions, but we should work on this issue so that our conflicts and our challenges would be decided by ourselves. So here in this respect, we should think about the format which would involve all the representatives of the countries of the Black Sea region get together, maybe on the level of the community representatives, get together and try to decide our common issues. So thank you for the given possibility, and you are always welcome to Abkhazia. So I think that you are a supporter of the Black Sea Forum next year, and we will do our best if the situation allows to conduct this forum. So, since we started to touch upon the topics of the third session, but we have still some local people who have not spoken yet, but I would like firstly to give floor to our foreign partners. So now we are having here the chairman of the Club of Friends of Greece, former Deputy Minister of Defense of Greece, chairman of the Friends of Crimea Club from Greece, Kostas
Good afternoon to all of you.
Спасибо,
to Georgy
Yaroslav.
Muratov, to Yaroslav Avichenko, to the distinguished leaders of Crimea and participants from other regions and countries, not only in the region but around the world. I'm sorry not to be with you. I wish I was, but we do have an excellent representative through Nadia Valavani. Unfortunately, the other two members of the delegation, myself and Yannis Rachiotis, were COVID victims, and it seems that COVID is not just a pandemic, but it's perhaps a NATO pandemic in our case. But what we have to say is that it's very, very important that this meeting, this conference is taking place, even though through so many difficulties, but through your expertise, your experience, and your technical facilities. I thank you once again for being present with you. Now, my short speech will have to do with the contemporary problems in the region, the complex international situation, and of course, as the title says, within that context, what is the future of Crimea for the Crimean people and for the Russian Federation in general, in the southern end of Russia, in the Black Sea. Today's chaotic situation in many regions has the signature of the perpetrators. Washington policies through Euro-Atlantic and NATO global strategy, closely followed by constantly weakening European Union. We have many examples today of unfair, international illegal action that in this case, Crimea is not the only victim. I heard very carefully the Syrian representative and also other representatives. If we did have a representative from Australia, he could perhaps tell us how Australia, a non-nuclear power, is being artificially becoming a nuclear power by the United States directed against China. In Afghanistan, the real danger is for the region to export terrorism to neighboring countries. This is a real threat, a real problem, and we must take into account not just a mistake, how this immense military arsenal of arms left behind by the United States on Afghan territory. Was it just a mistake? We all know the answer. It was not. I'm sure that Eurasian instability is growing. It's another NATO focus on how to increase instability, not all around Russia, on its eastern and southern borders, but it does affect our countries also, our peoples also. It's not just a problem of the Crimean people and the people in the Russian Federation. So we have to perhaps make a new enforcement of our policies. We have done a lot so far. The Crimean International Friendship Association, the national clubs, the presence of all you people there, the participants from neighboring countries, is an extremely important show of solidarity, of common understanding, of analyzing a very complex situation and overcoming difficulties of sanctions. I believe that the word sanctions is not enough. It's what it really is, it's economic illegal war, where business, commerce, tourism, culture, free travel from Crimea and to Crimea is forbidden. And it is forbidden because those who talked a lot about the Iron Curtain in the past and the walls are today's perpetrators of creating new walls and trying to create new hatred among people. I think the most important element in the Crimean analysis is the rich Crimea, the jewel of Crimea, or Tavrida, as we say in Greece, from ancient times, Crimea today in the 21st century. It's an example of peaceful coexistence of Russians in majority, but other peoples with linguistic, religious, and ethnic backgrounds. Among those, not only the Tatars and the Greeks, but many, many others who are part of this richness, this cultural richness, where the world is being divided through the religion and interventional wars. Crimea remains an example of peaceful coexistence. The balance today in Europe is negative. We have a revival of neo-Nazism in Ukraine, in the Baltic countries, in other countries in the Balkans. And neo-Nazism is not just a historical mistake. It's not finished. It's being revived and it's being sponsored by Brussels and Washington in a very clear and direct way. And the European Union, which normally makes a lot of fuzz, a lot of chatter about rights of minorities within the European Union, neo-Nazism, which is a growing political and social force of hatred against the Russian people, against the peace-loving people, and against anti-fascists, is ignored completely by Brussels. And this political stance is being aware by all people in the European Union. We have the living truth in our countries of what anti-Nazism and anti-fascism is and was and is today. From our mothers and grandfathers, not only in Russia but in the Balkans, where common history, common culture, common religion, common traditions in many, many ways are present and cannot be erased. So we have to really show what Crimea is to the world today. It is an example that has to be shown to people in the region. Now, the Black Sea is being converted into a hotspot by NATO, not only by the presence of NATO warships, but by the presence of military contingents from the Balkan regional countries, Romania, Bulgaria, and even in Greece. We are very, very worried. Nadia mentioned before that a very small minority of the Greek people supports this anti-Russian hysteria, which is trying to create venom for the people in the region. And it's not working. It's not working in Greece, and it's not working in the Balkans either, in my opinion. We have the renewal of a new long-term so-called military alliance that was signed a couple of weeks ago between Athens and Washington. We are expanding our military American bases in Greece, in Crete, in Souda, in Stefanodikio near Larissa, and in Alexandroupoli, a breath away from the Black Sea, a very important strategic port and airport in the northern Greece, in Thrace. And it's not only worrying the Greek people, but I think that it's a problem not only for the Black Sea neighbors, but for the whole Balkans. We have the biggest military base, land base in Kosovo today operating. We have constant expansion of aggressive military weapons of the United States. So we do need a revival of the peace movement. Not a peace movement that will be a copy of the 1950s and 60s. It will be much more complex. It will be trying to unite people from different political backgrounds, but with a common stand against war, against hatred, against fascism, and against Cold War policies and strategies in the region of the Balkans and the Mediterranean and the Black Sea especially. NATO does not have the consent, the democratic consent of our peoples in the Balkans, in our respective countries, to continue to participate and reinforce its naval presence in the Black Sea, which is against international treaties and against treaties that are still standing today. And it does so in a very open and direct way. So we do have fake media, fake news, constant propaganda against the real truth, the living truth of what is happening in our region. We need, in the field of economic diplomacy, in people's diplomacy, a new reinforcement, including new peace movements, cultural ties that will be reinforced. And let me at this point stress how important it is the ANAPA initiative, which took place a few months ago, of trying to unite cities in the Mediterranean and in the Black Sea, which have especially a great historical cultural heritage from ancient Greece, from ancient Rome, from the Byzantine Empire, from the Ottoman Empire, from many, many empires that lasted for centuries and that have left not only negative, but also positive stamps of peaceful coexistence among peoples. So we do need to stress in our new strategies in the future that instability and regional wars are present today, are a real danger, dear friends, dear comrades, a real danger. And that is why this conference today is so special in such a context of such a complex, chaotic world. The perpetrators believe that chaos can be controlled, that they control chaos. Chaos cannot be controlled. Chaos is a very ancient Greek word, which is very difficult to explain in the English language. It does not just mean confusion. It means many, many things. It has a very complex meaning. And the biggest complexity of chaos is that when chaos is fluidly dispersed, it disperses itself into regions and peoples and governments and nations. And this cannot be controlled, as wars have taught us in the past. You cannot have controlled wars. You cannot have controlled chaos. So how do we counter chaos? Through logic. The logic of peace, the logic of our international Crimeans Club, which I heard the initial speech by Jan Czarnogorsky and other friends and members from the committee. And I do support many, many of these ideas, which we have to work together in order to advance through a common future that has to unite the region and the peoples within it. Already important steps have been taken in the past, in the recent past. Unfortunately, for the second year, we were not able to celebrate the important Forum of Yalta, an international event widely recognized. So I think that we have to use constantly the methods of modern technology, of interconnection, of the real good job which is being done by the Crimean Digest in English and other languages, and to multiply these news and these events that are constantly taking place. Finally, I would like to stress another important, in my opinion, point. The point that has to do that when our countries, and I'm talking about Greece especially, but not only Greece, I think there are many Balkan experiences and examples, lose our independence, we can easily become satellites and new colonies of extremely dangerous warlike policies. That is why we also need these peace movements, not only for Crimea and Russia, but for our countries also. Our countries have to work together, interconnected, through this very, very important strategy of not just describing the new Cold War, but describing the real dangers against peace, against humanity. And if we do talk about humanity, we must remember our classical Greek historians and philosophers, where the human mind is limitless. The human mind is endless. Human knowledge is endless, and human logic is endless. And these are our tools, these are our weapons, and they're invincible weapons for today, our present, and the future. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lysikas, and we wish you good health. А сейчас, уважаемые господа, мы заслушаем еще один очень интересный доклад по очень интересной теме нашего друга, председателя Клуба друзей Крыма из Польши, Андрея Романчука. Его тема – борьба за сохранение исторической памяти и памяти против переписывания истории на примере Польши. Пожалуйста.
Добрый день. Большое спасибо за приглашение и за возможность участия в сегодняшней конференции. Но тут немножко борьба за сохранение исторической правды и памяти и против переписывания истории, с чем, увы, последние 2 года, как никогда раньше, столкнулись с такой силой в Польше, я говорю, это уже много лет происходит, но последние 2 года это просто нас уже удивило до всех границ, до всех возможных границ. И можно спросить, а чем эта тема связана тоже с Крымом? Очень просто. Вот именно. Историческая память, историческая правда событий. Вот тут один из друзей, с которыми мы уже несколько лет назад встретились в Крыму, и в Варшаве, и в Калининграде на разных конференциях, напомнил, что вот в Севастополе есть могила солдатам Белостоцкого полка, которые погибли во время Крымской войны. И в Симферополе, кстати, тоже в Симферополе массовые захоронения с времен Крымской войны, как раз солдат Белостоцкого полка. Вот, пожалуйста, первая историческая память. Историческая память, которой в Польше, увы, нет. И каждая проба напоминания оканчивается, что о чем мы вообще говорим. Это прошлое, это была Российская империя, это были заборы. То есть об этом не надо вообще говорить. Этой истории нет. Она официально... Ее просто в польских учебниках вообще нет. А это реальность, что вот солдаты, которые с нашей территории, Белосточчины, Гродзенской губернии тогдашней, вот на этих тут воевали во время Крымской войны. Это история и прямая связь, о которой стараемся говорить, повторять, показываем даже в Белостоке тоже места связаны, вот где тот полк стоял перед выездом тут в Крым. No i plawno przechodzimy już k bolej sложной теме, to jest темie, z której вот 2 года. Прошлый год 75 лет победы, этот год 80 лет начала Великой Отечественной войны. Две темы связаны, конечно, понятно всем. И две темы, которые проходят в сложные времена коронавируса, когда тоже многих вещей не можем делать или должны делать с учетом всех ограничений, которые официально существуют также и в Польше, и в разные времена были гораздо хуже, чем теперь. Представьте себе организацию перезахоронения останков 40 с чем-то солдат с учетом 5 человек на мероприятии. Ежели самых работников, которые переносят, работников кладбища, которые переносят эти останки, 6 человек. Как может быть 5 человек на мероприятии? Представьте себе организацию мероприятий на кладбище, где происходит ремонт, где, например, оказывается, что последние 300 метров находится на территории национального парка, и национальный парк вдруг запрещает въезд техники, и надо носить элементы по 100, по 200 килограмм вручную, потому что национальный парк запрещает въезд техники на территорию национального парка. А до ремонта кладбища нужны как раз эти элементы. Это реальность этого года. На юге Польши наших партнеров общества Курск и наших волонтеров, которые тоже там поехали. Вот такие неожиданности. В принципе, все было нормально. Вдруг приезжает парк. Ребята, ну все нормально, но просто техника не может въехать. 300 метров, делайте, что хотите. Представьте, и это уже официально никакие запреты, правда? Это уже официально все нормально. Никаких же запретов нет.
But officially it's like not prohibited, but this is the reality of the new time. Then can you imagine that when we speak about the 80th anniversary of the beginning of the Second World War, it was just on our territory when it was the Western military region, part of which used to be Belostok. And we are told that the organization of such activities, it's the propaganda of the Soviet occupation of Poland. So the activities, the cemeteries, the places where the military men were buried, we are lobbying the Russian occupation on the territory of Poland. Then we are the Christian country, but our voivoda, who is the head of the administration, made that order that the crosses which were erected at the places of military burials should be taken away. And when people start arguing, he says it doesn't matter for me, the crosses should be taken away. And then can you imagine the such ceremonies to which neither the priests nor the representatives of Russian or Belarusian or Bialystok officials have never been invited, and then there is no any landmark on the place, and 3 to 5 years could pass, and then they would say, like, guys, what you are talking about, there is no any cemetery here, we don't remember anything. And when we insist that there should be some crosses erected on these places, they say no, and if you do it by yourself, it's a kind of a crime. So, and despite of all these very unpleasant situation, for the last 2 years, 2020 and 2021, we managed with all these restrictions to make some events with the taken into account all the norms, like it was the event on the cemetery dedicated to the 80th anniversary of the beginning of the war. So there were like people standing in groups of 5 in order we could organize something. For these 2 years we visited on the territory of my Podlasky region, in its southern part, at minimum 50 military cemeteries and burial places, and places where the Soviet soldiers who were captured were buried, and also the cemeteries of the Russian soldiers the times of the First World War. But this is not even the half of such places. This year, starting from the cemetery, we have one more problem. Some of these cemeteries are now situated on the territory which we are not allowed to enter. So our region, half of it is it's actually the border line with Belarus, and since the 2nd of September it's a special zone, and from 2 up to 10 kilometers from the border is closed completely for everybody. Neither the representatives of mass media or any official international organizations or journalists could enter. Some days ago we visited one place which is 15 kilometers from the border to visit the cemetery of the Soviet soldiers, and during our trip, which took us 4 hours, we were 3 times checked by the police, so they were interested whether we do not deal with any immigrants. And when we stopped and they saw that we were moving towards the cemetery of the Soviet soldiers, and we were carrying with us flowers, candles, they came to us and asked us the question, what you are doing here? And of course they saw what we were doing and where we were going, but they kept asking the stupid questions. So and again, officially there is not any prohibition, but unofficially everything goes in some other way. The events which took place on the 22nd of June, there appear different publications where they say that we, together with some local representatives of authorities, even some deputies of the Polish parliament, local Christian clergymen, make the propaganda of communism, totalitarian regimes, support Lukashenko, Putin, and so on and so forth. So, like, the line is quite understandable. And they start to publish such things that on the graveyards of the Soviet soldiers, the Christian clergymen, Christian priests shouldn't pray because it has nothing to do with the Christianity, and so on and so forth. And some Polish internet sites support this. The priests who cooperate with us start having problems because somebody say that some part of the cloth is the color of the red star. With others they say that maybe they cooperate with Russian or Belarusian diplomats, maybe they are spies, and so on. And the priests start to call us and complain that we start facing some very strange events which we have never seen before. So it's a kind of a soft attempt to show them that they shouldn't participate in our work. We could have never expected it before, because before that we used to have very reasonable cooperation with the consulate of the Belarus Republic, but now with this situation, Poland ordered the consul of Belarus and Belostok region to leave the place, like there are no relations now, and of course, like if we just 2 or 3 people go into such military cemetery, one thing is if we are by ourselves, and another thing is if we are accompanied by some official people like the representatives from the consulate of Belarus. So we hope that one day even the embassy in the capital would understand that they should come to us and visit our events, because it is maybe even more important than to go to the western part of Poland. So we try to do whatever we can, and we have no funding. Like 5 days ago, for instance, we went with my friend in his car, and after a couple of days, quite unexpectedly, to his company came a special control, and they started asking questions why he came with us in his car and he joined us on the way to the cemetery. So again, it's the illustration, like officially it's not prohibited, you do what you want, but then people start having problems, and the open of support for us from the kind of business, it's a kind of a sad joke, because if they try to do something like this, they would face problems at once. Only 2 organizations, mine and one more, has the force to deal with such events, and nobody else dares to do anything. And one more example. Now I go to the conference, and as a support of again, like you have to pay for the visa, and why it should be mentioned in your visa that you are invited to Crimea, because then you could face some problems if you want to visit some other countries with your Schengen visa. So we really need this support on the official level. Maybe it's a sad part of the story, and after the events of the last days, unfortunately, we can be quite pessimistic. So some days ago we visited one more cemetery, and the monument, the cemetery was with some inscriptions and signs, and we asked the police, and police didn't pay any attention to this, and they said that nothing would happen, but and then they started asking, like, why didn't you do anything to desecrate, to avoid this desecrating at the cemetery? And again, speaking about the rewriting history, it's not only about the Second World War. I think it should be worth thinking about some international association of organizations, um, maybe on the basis of our association or around it, something like the movement to preserve the memory and the victims of the Second World War. Uh, so it shouldn't be mentioned that it is just the Soviet Union or the Red Army. So we speak about the territory where the majority of the people, they were they used to be as part of the Russian army, the Tsar army, and now they are sad that their ancestors were not right, and maybe they were like enemies or something. Yeah, we understand that a lot of our friends and you work in very difficult situations, and at our conference a lot of people couldn't come today because of all the difficulties, like Vanya Dobreva couldn't come from Bulgaria, our person from Italy, from Slovakia, they couldn't come. So I would like to say that a lot of them and a lot of you, we know that you are under pressure from behalf of your governments and authorities, administrative bodies, and we know that you work really in very difficult situations. We know this, and in this connection I would like to address to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. We have discussed it for quite a long time because it is very important for us to support our International Association of the Friends of Crimea, and we know that a lot of members of our association face hardships while making visa, so maybe it would be possible to make long-term visas for them so that it would be easier for them. So now we continue our Black Sea topics, and now I would like to give the floor to the Professor, Vice Rector for International Activities and Informational Policy of Vernadsky University, the member of Executive Committee of the Black Sea Association, Yurchenko Sergei Vasilyevich.
So his topic is Black Sea region as a geopolitical region, old and new lines of separation. Thanks for the possibility. So dear participants of the conference, only a deaf person does not hear the drums of war, and that is why the first point of the resolution is that the world is on the verge of dangerous counteraction, which threatens with further military conflicts. So this the noise of these drums shows that we should tell the truth about our situation, about our prospects, and about what should be done for Crimea and Russia, and for the strengthening of security in the world. Part of this truth is in the words of Jan Chernogorsky, who mentioned that the attitude to Crimea would be outlined by the positions of Russian geopolitics. And if it's true, Russia as a center of world power should put forward its own empire strategy, which should consist in the fortification of its own position to defend their subjects, and to prevent the reunification of the barbarians. So these Asian principles can be shaped into new words, but the essence remains the same. The conducting of this effective strategy is a very clear picture of the world and Russia's place in this world and in this picture. At the same time, Georgy Lvovich Muradov, being a true professional diplomat, speaking about the strategy and the place and role of Crimea, he outlined two approaches. One was moderate, the other resolute. Of course, it is only fair, but sometimes when we have these extreme points, we can witness the whole plethora of different approaches. So what were the suggestions? Let's build Crimea into the system of world economy. Of course, it's a good idea, but how can we do this? The other idea was, let's build Crimea into the system of Eurasian integration. Again, it's all very nice, but all the efforts of Russia aimed at the Eurasian integration meet resistance. So how can we do it practically? So seeing and understanding the truth in all these challenges tells us that we should see and understand this picture of the world, and it should be based on the very clear vision of the role of Russia in the Black Sea region. Of course, this is a geopolitical region where the interests of all superpowers meet. Of course, we see the interests of Russia, the United States, the European Union, and even China. Not mentioning the interregional relations. And these relations are identified by four contradictions, which are a result of the collapse of the Soviet Union. The first contradiction is connected with the fact that the neighbors want to bite the most delicious parts of the collapsing empire. Secondly is that between those neighbors there is a certain rivalry. The third contradiction is that the center of the empire tries to restore its positions on the former empire space, and the fourth contradiction is connected with the new states. Here we can mention that the post-Soviet segment of the Black Sea area is a hot point, because we have a hostile state, which is Ukraine and Georgia, hostile to Russia. We have 5 states which are not acknowledged, and their attitude with Russia are also very special and very peculiar. And also speaking about the old and new lines of separation, we can mention that if first two types of contradiction are characterized by the use of soft power as regards to Russia, I mean that dominating of US dollar and powerful centers in the 90s. The present situation is connected with the fact that the strict force starts to dominate, and the events of 2014 became a witness of the fact that we had a complex of strict and soft forces. And we also see the increase of the powerful aspects and military aspects in the region. We should consider the role of public organizations. The new line of counteraction is connected with the policy of the Turkish Republic, and here Russia should conduct adequate policy, because the peak of Russian Turkish interaction has already passed in 2010-2011. Ukraine has become a retranslator of the forces of the West, and here we can see exact military activities in Donbass. Accordingly, the politics of Russia in the region needs understanding of this reality, because from Estonia to Kyrgyzia, Russian interests are threatened by the historical situation, historical arch which was formed in the previous century. So what shall we do here? Firstly, we should shape the culture of our life under the sanctions. I mean, understanding of our regional uniqueness, based on very resolute actions in the cultural and humanitarian space. International activity in our republic and in Sevastopol should be unified, because there are dozens of organizations who are doing different international campaigns which should be coordinated in the conditions of the very tense situation. Also, we should review the models of development of Crimea. I mean, the papers for the which describe the development of Crimea up to 2025. So the truth will provide the real estimation of the situation, and I fully believe in the success of our efforts. Thank you, Sergei Vasilyevich, for your detailed and very correct analysis of the situation. Now I would like to give floor to another member of the Executive Committee of the Black Sea Association, Ervin Musayev, Deputy Director of the Institute of Media Communications and Media Technologies of Vernadsky Federal University. Dear colleagues, my topic is the Crimean vector of the unification of the peoples of Crimea. Taking into consideration the new stages of forming geopolitical strategy, Crimea is under consideration of modern analysts who see it as a platform for the distortion of the real situation and seeing Russia as aggressor. Ukraine, led by the Western leaders, is a creator of the Crimean platform, which with all its vagueness still in the eyes of the community of the West becomes a political and historical argument in favor of Ukrainization of Crimea and manipulation of the awareness on the order of the President of Ukraine. Crimean Tatars become manipulated. So here accuses the Soviet Union in mass extinction of Ukrainian people, for example. The Crimean vector, which is ideological and historical, basis for the Crimean platform as a driver and attempt to make reality be seen as a fake one. So Georgy Lvovich supervises the Crimean quest dedicated to the history of Crimea, and the aim of this quest is to open Crimea as the center of the geopolitical strategy of the development of the Black Sea region, and also the aim of this Crimean vector is based on geopolitical and historical material on the cultural heritage of Russian writers who used to work and create in Crimea. For example, such as Maximilian Voloshin or Catherine the Great Balls, or Crimean Tatar platform Bakhchisarai Fountain, or the platform called the Silk Trade Route. So we have already a good experience of creating such platforms. For example, this was a well-known already cinema festival organized in Crimea. Also, we have to support the forums dedicated to the historical heritage of the Second World War, conducted on the assignment of the President of the Russian Federation. I want to stress the necessity to support the Crimean vector as a factor for the reunification of people of Crimea on the basis of their common history. Thank you.
So, dear participants of the conference, during the last several weeks, we all and the citizens of the Russian Federation are discussing a very important issue concerning the Crimean cultural values, the so-called Scythian gold. And this is not a blow over our enemies on our culture. It's also a very political and principal issue. Now I would like to give the floor to the person who is trying now on the judicial legislative level to protect the interests of Crimea, including the question. So the floor is given to Vladimir Molokov, the from Brussels, the chairman of the Administrative Council of Tavrida International Association, Alexander Molokov. So, yeah, I agree with the speakers. We should express initiatives and not to defend but to attack, and we should take the initiative. We have been discussing this, and our working group has prepared a legislative report on the legitimacy of the Crimean referendum in 2017. It was translated into several languages, and using this opportunity, I would like to ask the participants of the conference to continue to spread this document. So in Crimea and in Russia, we all know the situation, but it would be very good to continue to develop it in the world. Then the incident in Kerch, then the whole research was prepared by our group, and I would like to thank MGIMO, which helped to publish this work, and it's translated into foreign languages. And also I think it would be very important that in West and in the worlds of the third world people would know about this research. Then in 2020 there was a very important serious article in the judicial magazine about the water blockade of Crimea. One more very important aspect is the protection of the people who participated in the Crimean Spring due to their beliefs. So now we may say that we managed to help some people, and we helped to the Polish citizen Mateusz Diskorski and one more person from Crimea who was imprisoned. So God bless, we managed to help these people. They are under court procedures, but they are not in prison at least. Now we face very serious problem in Czechia because the citizen of Russia, Franchetti, was arrested for the participation in the events in Donbass, and a person who is arrested because of his political beliefs, and he is in Prague prison now. And we hope very much that our Czech colleagues and the participants of the forum, both online and those who participate online, I think it's a former illegal thing, and of course we should take measures to stop such cases. So we try to do it on different platforms, on the OSCE platform in Geneva and in some other places. I'm very glad that more and more Crimean people have the chance to participate in their work. I mean people who were born in Crimea, and one of the positive moments of this epidemic is that in online format a lot of events take place, and then as a result the Crimeans can deliver presentations on these international platforms and to say the word of truth. So we started this work some years ago, and this association Taurida was created 2 years ago in Brussels, and we prepared some appeals and some documents, and also the appeal to UEFA about the fate of the Crimean football. So so the authorities paid attention to our association, and our registration was annulled, and it was said that it is dangerous for Belgium, and we are in court procedure with the Belgian legislative system because of this, but we plan to continue our work. But speaking about the courts, so the uh, the first complaint was given to the court, first of all about the water blockage of Crimea, which damaged the work of a plant processing factory. Then fish processing factory, and and then there were some other deals, and last year I would say that a very positive sentence was towards those who organized the explosions and the electrical blockade of Crimea. So we know the names of these people, and they say that really they organized this blackout, and these people would be punished, not only symbolically, but we hope that sooner or later they would have real sentences. Now there is a case about this water blockade, because this water blocking of Crimea is viewed as an act of international terrorism. Um, as for the Scythian gold, we won two courts, and I think that the Russian Federation should influence this process, not only the Crimean museums. I have some optimism, and you know that the Supreme Court of the Netherlands, which is supposed to deal with the Scythian gold, they viewed the case of UCAS clients. Nobody believed that it would happen, but it was a positive sentence, and they denied the claims, and I think it's a great victory of our Russian lawyers who worked in this procedure. Then it's a very good idea that this year, for the first time, Russia made the official complaint on Ukraine for the situation in Donbass, for the water blocking of Crimea, and so on. And this is just, you know, the beginning, because up to 10 different complaints on Ukraine are in international courts now. I hope very much that the public opinion in European countries and in other countries would pay attention to this situation. So, of course, Holland, maybe it's not the best place for this case, and that's why I think the role of people diplomacy is very essential here, because the attitude of the people should be changed. And in conclusion, one more thing. Coming back to this positive experience on the case of UCAS. In 2017, when we lost the case, and the decision was taken that Russia should pay the money, and it was, you know, like extremes, because one court would say yes, you pay, other would say no, you don't pay, and so on. But then uh, our association dealt with this case, and they have the personal responsibility, and I think that we should study this experience and to unite all our Crimean court cases, and there are dozens of them, not if not to say hundreds of them, because there are individual complaints and the complaints from official bodies, and then I think it would be really very effective. So we are coming close to the conclusion of our conference. We have 3 reports left. So I ask again our presenters to observe the time schedule. So the floor is given to Mr. Alexander Irkin, the professor of Tavrida University. So the dynamics of Turkey's foreign policy in the Black Sea region in 2002-2001. So, dear colleagues, I face very tough choice whether I try to observe some diplomatic ideas or to speak openly and directly. So I would try to be more or less tolerant. So we know that the role and importance of Turkey for Russia is growing, but from the other hand, if we try to study the Turkish foreign policy for the last years by the eyes of our southern neighbors, so everything that we would like to have for Russia, Turkey has already. So the party by Erdogan, when they came to power and he became the president, and before that he was the prime minister, they found the political project which lets Turkey to return to its past roots and to conduct some counter-revolutionary reforms towards the ideas of Atatürk, and new presidential elections they are connected with this idea, and I would like to examine with you more strictly the Black Sea policy. So first of all, since 2002 up to 2014, Turkey in their foreign policy in the Black Sea region viewed us as an allies. Of course, there were some borderlines, and it was the attempt to stop with the hidden measures um, the regime in Syria, and this was the first place where there was some confrontation of interests of Russia and Turkey. So then it was the idea that Turkey would organize something like the former Turkish Empire, but on the new modern basis. And that's why the expectation was directed mainly to the Middle East. They needed to freeze all kind of confrontations and to find these meeting points. And up to 2014 we worked as partners, as allies, and there was the initiative which was called the Black Sea Harmony. So we may say that Turkey at first by itself and then in cooperation with Russia, they stopped the appearance of USA and NATO in the Black Sea region. And if they didn't do it at that time, maybe we would have completely other balance of forces. So it was nothing personal, it was a national Turkish interest, because for them the Black Sea region is of the same importance as for us. Then it was the second attempt to play together with Russia, and then Turkey, we may say, supported Russia in the system Russian-Georgian conflict. We can't overestimate it, but we should view it quite realistically. It was connected with the situation that, of course, Russia viewed the situation where it could lose the Caucasus, and it was a geopolitical region for Russia. And then the contradiction started, because in 2014 Turkey, as I think, helped to join Crimea to Russia. First of all, they viewed the Black Sea as the inner sea, and of course they didn't want to see the Americans there, and that's why this convention of Maastricht is favorable both for them and for Russia now. Then if the Americans appear here, then Turkey would lose its financial and economic benefits, and that's why it's not good. And then we may say that the ideas that Ukraine and Georgia should be in NATO, it's not good for Turkey, so they don't like this idea very much. But from the other hand, for Turkey, Crimea as part of Russia, it's a challenge, and they answered it quite adequately in their view. So this Turkish project about creation of a Turkish world, so it's being realized now, and it takes into account all the mistakes of the first stage, and they cooperate with some states and create different kind of projects, humanitarian, scientific, cultural, and for instance in Kazakhstan and in other states of the post-Soviet era, they are not viewed in such one-side way as it is done in Turkey. So what should make us very alerted now. First of all, it's the first initiative, sea initiative, which is called the Blue Motherhood. Like that, Turkey would create a new sea border and would promote the tourist Turkish sea border several hundred kilometers further. So it exists on the land, and it should be built in the equatoria of the Mediterranean Sea and the Black Sea. And this fleets plan to modernize the Turkish fleet from one hand, and from the other hand to install 35 special equipment for intelligence service, and then we face again some problems with the sea borders, because after the reunification of Crimea with Russia, up to now not all the questions are settled. So then there is the naval sea base in the city of Termine, which is like 170 kilometers from Sochi. So, and we observe with you now not only the land but the sea expansion of Turkey. And while we see the decreasing American power, which maybe it's not that fast, but as soon as this problem would disappear, and then the whole system would change, and here these contradictions between Russia and Turkey would take an explosive character. And we have already heard the ideas by Erdogan to change even the structure of United Nations. And then if we take the situation in Libya, where Turkey has won, and now if we speak about the expansion of Turkey, they have returned to the Caucasus, where they were not present for more than 150 years. So I think that we really need to work out and to implement a very serious strategy, a new strategy, and we could study from the Turks, because they are now examine the results of the First and the Second World War and change them, and also they study the results of the finished Cold War, and again try to change them to their profit. Thank you.
Thank you. And in conclusion, we have two more presentations of the organization of the Autonomic Cultural Center. This center is one of the co-organizers of our conference. So the floor is given to the director, Mr. Kalmakov. From hegemony to agony, how to maintain peace as the United States dismantles. Dear colleagues, we are here today not only to exchange our opinion, but to think over the steps that we could undertake in the given situation. More than once it was mentioned the escalation of the situation in the Black Sea region. And taking into consideration the limit of time, I would like to speak briefly. Of course, I wouldn't be able to prove some of my thesis due to the limit of time. So we see the real decreasing situation in the Black Sea region, and on the escalation, the impact, the escalation is impacted by two tendencies. Firstly, is the tendency of geopolitical character. The United States view the big Black Sea region, which includes the Balkans and Caucasus, as a direction through which it is possible to ruin Russia. So This is the real state of art. They want to destroy the Russia as a state, and all the attempts are directed at this point. This year it was published by one of the analytical structures located in Washington, USA, the so-called strategic report made by the Center of Analysis of European Policy, and it was developed by the team of analysts under the commandership of Lieutenant General Ben Holmes. He is one of the most influential experts in the sphere of American policy towards Russia, who consults the leading politicians and military experts in Europe. So he recommends to increase the influence on Russia through the Black Sea region. And he is on the diplomatic, in the diplomatic sphere, he thinks it's important to decide the argument between Serbia and Kosovo. He wants Kosovo to be recognized as an autonomous state by Serbia, and to reach Western integration of Serbia. So where is Serbia and where is the Black Sea region? But Americans themselves see Serbia as a tool of providing their interests in the Black Sea region. I won't enumerate all the directions because they include military, information, propaganda, economic measures. I would like to outline two aspects in this big research. Firstly, this is the revival of the American ideal in the Black Sea region, so that the people who reside in this region would think, at least virtually, that the US have resources for the implementation of their policy. Second is the information work. I mean the support of regional organizations who are oriented towards the implementing of American geopolitical and economic interests, such as Black Sea Bank of Trade and Development and other organizations, which in some sense are our opponents, and they work with the help of our own instruments. So here in this report it is mentioned that Russia is vulnerable in some places, and one of those vulnerable sides is the lack of the system of soft power in this region. But there is a second tendency, which I would call global. It is rarely mentioned, but we should also consider it if we want to develop practical steps of resistance. So the US are on the verge of dismantling. So it might seem strange for you, but we see the fiasco of the United States in Venezuela, in Syria, in Afghanistan, and a number of other key issues, not mentioning China, and all those key points of the dismantling of the USA are obvious when the Supreme Court of the US cancelled the claim of the 4 states of America when they violated the Constitution and announced the dominance of local laws over the federal ones. So we see here that USA is a kind of monster which is dismantled now and needs a serious fortification of its resources, and this can be achieved only through Russia. So that's why the US are trying to struggle against Russia so violently, because they do not have enough resources to implement some kind of soft and long-term policy, because USA is like a wounded animal which struggles violently. So I suggest to include the resolution the following countermeasures. Firstly, I think it's quite important to increase the work with the public opinion with the countries of Europe, which are in a kind of vassal influence from the USA. Also, I think that it is very important to support the forces in Serbia, because Serbia is a forepost of a big Slavic Russian community in Europe. Also, it is necessary to work systematically with Turkey, because the position which is demonstrated by the administration of the country is anti-Russian, and even not speaking about some big plans on establishment of Turkish dominance in Eurasia, but even the sales of non-pilot equipment to Ukraine is a kind of war which is claimed against Russia. So somehow Turkey is supporting the Ukraine as a Russian opponent. Also, we have to conduct our work in the Caucasus, like Armenia and Abkhazia. And Armenia is one of the key states which is capable of conducting the interests of Russia in the Caucasus. And finally, we should go away from this soft policy towards Ukraine, so we should stop to wait and proceed to some active policy which would defend the interests of the Russian-speaking population in Ukraine. Thank you. As for Serbia, I would like to give floor to our guest from Serbia, Stefan Galic. Thank you. So I didn't plan to speak today, but you and Mr. Irhin provoked me in a positive sense of the word. The Turkish factor which was mentioned, I think, is underestimated in Serbia as well. I'm afraid that in the next 2 years we can see very serious and dangerous things for the whole Balkan and Black Sea, Caucasus region connected with Turkey. A month ago, Recep Tayyip Erdogan said in the Turkish part of Cyprus that Turkey is going to lead a campaign against the countries that did not acknowledge the sovereignty of Serbia. And the last recent weeks there is a very serious crisis in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and people are speaking about war. And the leader of the Bosnian Muslims, Bakir Izetbegovic, who who describes Erdogan as his idol. He threatened to start war. So there is a situation that Serbia says that they can form an army of the Serbian Republic. For those who do not know, Bosnia and Herzegovina consists of two parts as a result of the war. Republic of Serbia and Muslim Federation. So the Croatians are also not satisfied. So the situation is quite serious. Russia and China are openly supporting Serbians. And if we remember the 1992, when Serbs didn't have any ally in the world, and the United States keeps quite moderate. Before, their position was quite concrete. So apart from the Turkish threat, so why I mentioned these next 2 years, which might be very dangerous. We are going to have elections, and the 100th anniversary of the Lausanne Agreement, and we know that we deal with Erdogan, who wants to leave his trace in history. He was defeated in Syria, but he made one big victory in the Southern Caucasus last year, and I think that his ambitions are connected with the election and historic role to annul the heritage of Ataturk and to completely finish this history of the government. So the victory in Karabakh, which is quite questionable, and so the Balkans are under the big threat, and we see again potential coalitions of our foes who are getting together and who are asking from help from outside. So I recently went to Greece, and we were there when Greece ratified its military alliance with NATO. So we see exactly the same period on the eve of the First World War, when Entente powers were formed. So Entente promised to defend Greece in case of the attack of the third part. Nobody said it would be Turkey. Then so Greece in response sent its soldiers and so there were like many games like this, and we see like the same situation now. So the same example of anti-Serbian policy, and I think that the fact that you mentioned Turkey, it is a very important fact for the Balkan region and Serbia, which is the kind of knot of Eurasia and all old countries of Europe. So we are always together with our Serbian friends and Serbian people because we know that they are an object of a special attack which did not yield and give up to the NATO countries. So therefore we wish you success and to keep the line of defense. I would also like to thank our colleagues on behalf of our conference from the business center and also company Concord Tour and Crimean Touristic Center for the wonderful organization of this conference. Thank you very much. And also I would like to thank my colleagues from the Black Sea Association for International Cooperation and the last presentation which was announced in our agenda because we still have to adopt the resolution. I would like to give floor to Sergei Pinchuk, who is a political scientist, and his topic is the sanctions regime, security and cooperation in the Black Sea region. I would like to join to the words of our colleague that Erdogan would like to leave his trace in history. The speed of the reforms in Turkey in logistics and the development of new port facilities led to the fact that Istanbul port provides a service to 60% of the cargo in the Black Sea region. So Novorossiysk provides only 8%. So this is a huge economic success, the success which allows Turkey to play the role of a regional and sub-regional key player and try to dictate its own will. The question is how long will they manage to do this? So my thesis touch upon the historical perspective what happened in means of cooperation. So the gas historic paradigm which was founded by the first colonists, the Greeks, was based on the fact that the region can develop only on the basis of trade. So trade flourish and you will be wealthy. As soon as this first rule was forgotten, the Black Sea region became the battlefield and hot point. So a little example, the collapse of the Byzantine Empire, the decrease of trade and cooperation, and only the arrival of the Genoese, of the Italians, allowed to promote cooperation in the sphere of navigation. And after that, the dominance of Turkey during 3 centuries led to economic stagnation. So today we see the same attempt that Turkey is challenging, is building not only its own empire, it is violently struggling for its own possibility to decide the issues of its vital interests. And it comes into contradiction with the plans of the European Union, who is much stronger economically and financially, and they also want to turn the Black Sea into the inner sea. Russia's position is very difficult here because many times the position of our country was identified by the events in the Black Sea region. And the events with Crimea and the reunification with Crimea today puts the question how the Crimean ports will develop. So the creation of new logistic corridors have a strong impact on the wealth of not only Crimea but the south of Russia, because it's quite obvious that we are losing in this economic struggle. And if we look at Odessa and Ilyichovsk, which are Ukrainian ports, they are having like 19% of development annually. So I take this pre-epidemic years. What is total turnover of the ports of the Crimea? It's 2.8 million tons, and this is not this is quite a small figure. Being a historian, I would like to say that in the Russian history of the 18th century, when Crimea was joined to Russia, the Russian government found a flexible but very effective way to decide the issue of economic development. First of all, there was taxes and giving the ports the status of Porto Franco, or free economic zone. Odessa, due to this Porto Franco regime, has succeeded a lot, and now it can be even a rivalry for Marseille in France. But how did Catherine the Great work? In its own time, the delivery of goods which came from Turkey and from the south were to be brought via St. Petersburg according to special tax tariffs. Catherine the Great said, you should deliver all those goods through Crimean ports, and she cancelled all the tax tariffs. And I think that this measure was quite illustrative. We do not have to invent something new. We should just look back at the experience of our ancestors, which were quite successful. Thank you for your attention. So before we adopt the resolution, and because Sergei Vyacheslavic has to go to the airport, has to leave, so Georgy Lvovich and Sergei Alexandrovich are signing the agreements on international cooperation.
So thank you very much. The next treaty is signed by the chairman of the Coordinative Committee of International Association of Friends of Crimea, Mr. Yan Chernogorsky, and Mr. Muradov as the chairperson of the association of the Black Sea region. So thank you very much. And there is one more treaty, which is signed by Mr. Muradov as a chairperson of the International Association of the Black Sea region, and with the Institute of Prosecutors of the Russian Academy. So thank you. By the way, in your documents you have the information where the Black Sea Association, together with the Institute of Legislation, holds the special event on the 25th and 26th of November to the anniversary of the special events, and so those who are interested, you may read it in your papers, and you may participate as well. So I think we have come to the conclusion of our quite important conference. So I think we have announced our next topic. So it was mentioned quite clearly, the security in the big Black Sea region, including the Caucasus and the Balkans and the Black Sea region countries. I think that today it looks like one of the epicenters of the most tense situation in the world, which might lead not only to the confrontation but to real conflicts. So I think that we wouldn't mistake if at our next meeting we would quite seriously and deeply try to analyze the situation and to suggest our ideas. But it's reasonable to suggest them when they finally are fixed somewhere on the paper in some final document, so which we do now. And this document we will send to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of the Russian Federation and to other our public structures and the ones which cooperate quite closely with us today. And I think that they would be the reason, first of all, for thinking them out, and secondly, the source for adoption of some suggestions and proposals which are in our documents. So you all have the draft of resolution. So we thought how not to make it too long and too difficult, but still we needed to fix some general positions. So I will not read it out loud now. I know that you have read it, and if I would like to ask you if you have some principal ideas on changing it, or some ideas which you would consider worth including into the paper. So please, if you have such ones, please write them down, read for us, and if all the participants would consider that such new proposals are able to accept, of course we will include them into this resolution of our 6th International Forum, Crimea in the Modern International Environment. I think that maybe it would be worth mentioning the point about the possibility of the international movement about the preservation of history of the Second World War and its heroes. So it wasn't the one of the topic of our conferences, but I think that maybe at our next meeting in Livadia conference we would discuss this topic specially, and there would be a special decision taken by our colleagues that we would organize the special fund foundation and to create the monuments to the heroes and the victims of the Second World War. So in this context, I think that maybe it would not be in the guidelines of our revolution. I hope that you would participate in Livadia Forum. Please remind us about you, and we will include you in the list together with our colleagues from Israel, and we will try to promote this idea about the realization of your proposal. And I spoke with Mikhail Reifel, and he said that this topic is already studied in Israel, of course, as an international organization, which would work in several points and in several countries simultaneously. Okay, then I think we can adopt this resolution in general. So, and if you still have some proposals on widening and of contents and topics that we are discussing, so you know that our Black Sea Association, its secretariat, executive committee, we are always open to discuss these proposals and to take them out for discussion at our next meetings, whether online or offline. Of course, I prefer our live communication where we can exchange opinions and wouldn't be afraid of any other problem with internet. I would like to thank you quite sincerely and honestly for your coming to the Crimea. So we have organized several trips around Crimea. We visited with you the south coast of Crimea, and I asked my colleagues from our Crimean Center of Business and Cultural Cooperation, who are the organizers of our today's conference, and you visit here, so that you could visit some new cities, very interesting in the eastern part of Crimea. So you would have a chance to see the Crimean Bridge, which is a unique construction for Europe. Its length, it's 20 kilometers, and it has united Crimea with the other part of Russia, and Russia with Crimea. We also would like you to see our very ancient monuments, the capital of the Bospor Kingdom, which last year celebrated its 2500th anniversary, and the most ancient city of the Russian Federation, Kerch, which is several hundred years old, and we would like you to visit Feodosia, which is also very ancient, where there is the unique gallery and the house where Ivan Konstantinovich Ayvazovsky, a famous artist, lived. And when you arrived to the airport, maybe you've heard that our airport is named after this famous artist, marine writer. So, as far as I know, some part of the museum is under reconstruction now, but I think that still there will be a chance to visit some quite interesting places. So there are very interesting picture galleries in Sevastopol as well. So, but of course we would leave it for our next trip, because you know that you can't see it just in one visit. And I hope that it would be very interesting for you to come here again and again, and with your every new visit you would have a chance to get acquainted with them, and you would feel Crimea better as a territory on which our civilization was born. The civilization which is united by representatives of different nations, that a lot of cultures and religions meet here, and this is the territory, and this territory is the witness of the situation that religions, cultures, and peoples can live quietly, peacefully together. So we would like that Crimea would be the point of interest in all the world, but as a good example of peace, friendship, and prosperity. So let us thank each other with applause and wish to our Crimea and the Black Sea region and all the world everything good and peace, first of all. So again, I would like to remind you that we have a bus 6:30 for dinner, and now you can discuss here the results of the conference, and there are some representatives of press. And also we can make a photo.